Hello and welcome to the Strokes Deep Dive. Back a few months ago, I posted a video called the Bob Welch Deep Dive, where I pulled apart Bob's works outside of Fleetwood Mac, and it was a lot of fun to do. I've been thinking of doing another deep dive video, but I couldn't decide which artist. I thought Lindsey Buckingham may be cool, but then last month I saw the Strokes in concert, and it was a great show, a great night of music. And with the new album out, by the time you're watching this, I thought it would be cool to dissect the recordings of this band. I jumped on board with the Strokes when the first album hit, and I've been a fan ever since. Through all the changes, I've been a loyal fan and bought the new release when it came out. The Strokes hit a sweet spot for me musically, and they were such a breath of fresh air in 2001. I connected with very little mainstream rock music in the late 90s and early 2000s, and I was really excited about the Strokes. But I think in a way they were cursed by 9/11 in the States. The US vinyl of Is This It was released on 9/11, 2001, and the CD was delayed until early October. Rockin' the Suburbs by Ben Folds was also released on 9/11, and I think that album was a little cursed too. I thought that it was a great, quirky rock album, but I think it would have done a lot better under different circumstances. Anyway, my first exposure to the Strokes was the music video for Last Night. And this is back when MTV still showed music videos, and I still had my radar on MTV for cool stuff. And I found this video fascinating for a lot of reasons. First, the song itself was really catchy. It had a bounciness and a sense of fun, and it was just unlike most of mainstream rock at the time. Instead of lip syncing to a track, which is how most music videos go, the band performed the song live, which I thought was cool. And lastly, the way the band looked and how it was presented was intriguing. The band looked young and scrappy, and the set was like something out of the 70s. Julian was stumbling around, bumping into his bandmates, throwing the mic stand like a javelin, and he capped it off with his trademark bowling move. The band was definitely cool looking, but they also had a sense of realness and maybe a little awkwardness. Anyway, the video was just great energy, and so I got the CD and I was hooked. I locked into it and I got it. What was disappointing was the public mainstream response to the band, at least in the States. Most people just weren't into them as much as I was. I remember the music videos for the other two singles, but they were hardly played at all. Regardless of their lukewarm mainstream reception, I've remained a fan to this day. And no matter what I'm doing in my life, I will always get the new Strokes album. And I can remember exactly what I was doing in my life when each one came out. And that's a special connection to have with a band. And I hope that you have that connection with some band, if not the Strokes. I enjoy the Strokes primarily because of the melodies and the catchiness of the tunes. And that's carried mostly by the lead vocals. But another important element is the interplay of the two guitars and what they're doing, how they're bouncing off of each other and off of the lead vocal. I think Julian Casablancas has always had a great pop sense, and he knows how to construct a catchy tune. And what's striking to me about the band's early material is how minimal it is. And it didn't seem like a gimmick to me. I got the feeling that these songs did not call for any embellishments or unnecessary parts. And again, that approach wasn't happening in mainstream rock at the time. The Strokes songs didn't have fade-outs. There were no layered vocals. There were barely any crash cymbals or drum fills where you would expect them to go. The guitar parts were free of any noodling, and the parts were kind of jagged and robotic. There weren't a lot of guitar solos, so a little bit of punk spirit there too. And the band's vibe of New York City minimalism always reminded me of Polyrock, another New York band from the early 80s. And they had a similar aesthetic where they really trimmed the fat from the material to the point where some of it was almost hypnotic. Both bands had their own sense of melody, but I feel they share that goal of economy to really do a lot with a little. For this deep dive, I'll be joined by a special guest named Sam. He's a casual fan of the band, but we've talked music for a very long time, and I think he has great insights on a wide range of genres and eras, and I thought he would offer a unique perspective here. Before we jump into Is This It?, he shares his background with the band to help give you some context on his views. We had a lot of fun doing this. It was a little bit of an experiment, but I hope you enjoy watching this. It's a marathon, so grab a drink, settle in, and enjoy.
I think if there was a Mount Rushmore for 21st century rock acts, the Strokes would definitely be on top of it. The laundry list of bands that influenced them and in turn they influenced is just so immeasurable. And I actually never really listened to the Strokes properly first. What came to me first was like guest appearances from Julian Casablancas on records like Daft Punk's Random Access Memories and Sparkle Horse and David Lynch's collaborative album where he gave guest vocals. And I was just enamored by his delivery and the kind of sarcastic angle of the songwriting and how easy it was to digest and how infectious the grooves of the music that he was always on were. And I started with This Is It, and that is the album that I'm most familiar with.
All right. So first up, we have Is This It? Released in 2001, RCA Records, and this is actually my original CD copy of this. So, all songs by Julian Casablancas, and that credit actually kind of stuck out to me at the time. I thought that, this band and this album is really mastermind. Like there's one mastermind behind it, and it's Julian. The other band members obviously have their contributions with their own parts and maybe have a hand in the arrangements, but it always struck me that this was really like always Julian's show. So the album starts with the title track, Is This It? And the song opens with what sounds like a reel of audio being quickly reversed, and then gradually it slows down. And then we go right into the song. And I think the song is an exercise in minimalism. It opens up with just hi-hat and snare, and then the guitars and the vocal enter. And it's a lo-fi vocal, which sets the stage for the sound. The guitars are panned, so you can really make out what they're doing. And this kind of all unfolds very gradually. You're given time to figure out what's going on. And it's kind of a casual vocal, kind of a sleepy vocal, not in a rush. The first chorus has the same instruments, just drums, vocal, and guitar. And then on verse 2, the bass enters with this really cool line that's just a great counterpoint to the guitars and the vocal. So I feel like there's intentionality here. If the bass started out, just playing a simple line or just playing root notes, it wouldn't be nearly as cool. But the guitars are measured, the vocal is pretty measured, so that bass sits on top, doing this really, really catchy, kind of syncopated line. During the bridge, the bass does play a simpler line, and it mirrors the vocal melody in the next chorus. So again, there's intentionality with the arrangement.
I definitely agree that Is This It is such a deliberate, and my favorite part of it being that it is a progressive song that just grows and it feels like we're building to something, which is both the question that the album and the name of the song asks and kind of the through line of the album itself. I think this is a really good example of the kind of dramatic cohesion of the whole album that really surprised me from a band whose biggest influences are like punk bands and the Velvet Underground. I think that the compressed vocals make me think of kind of like an out-of-body experience for it, where we're evaluating it, the question that's asked and the music itself, and we're asking, is this it? And I think it's a really bold statement for the band's first like official words. Yeah, I think there's a lot of subtlety in the artistry of this album that I really appreciate and really surprised me just for minute one. The syncopated bass line, especially, all the musicianship is just so tight and angular and in your face without being particularly loud. And I really appreciate that the opening of the album that is full of a lot of like ragers is really kind of anxious and subtle and almost gentle in a way.
Yeah, agreed on the tightness. And it's amazing if you look at clips, live clips from the band on YouTube from like 2001, you know, those early days. They always sound almost identical to the record. I mean, the vocal, the way the instruments lock, it's really crazy how tight they were. And again, going back to the credit of Julian getting credit for the lyrics and the music, like that all came from him, you know? So it's just, yeah, really, really intriguing how, you know, how that sound came about and just how they were always so tight, even from what seems like day one.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Julian having like the monopoly on the songwriting makes things really simple to digest, really consistent song by song. And I can definitely see how this kind of took the world by storm when it came out and why so many people were interested in imitating and building off of the sound that they put together.
It was a very different sound. I mean, I remember what mainstream rock was back in 2000, 2001, and it was such a breath of fresh air, you know, for these guys to come out and to come out like on a major label, you know, to try to break through the mainstream, because, you know, what mainstream rock was at the time was just the opposite of this. So that's kind of why I latched onto it really hard. You know, kind of right from the beginning, right from day one. I just always thought it was great. So next on the album is The Modern Age, and this song was released on an EP that came out before the album. I didn't hear the EP until later, but it was amazing when I did hear it, you know, just to hear how similar those recordings were to the album. Again, it just seemed like the band was just locked into the sound, locked into the arrangements. And this song is really fascinating to me because it is so sparse, but it's so intriguing. And it opens with the guitars taking the spotlight. There's also a kind of a tribal drum stomp rhythm happening. And the two guitar parts are so simple, but they're so complementary. One guitar is doing upstrokes on what sounds like octave bar chords. And then the other guitar is downstrokes on full chords. And it creates this minimal melody before the vocal even enters. And eventually the drums switch from a tribal stomp to more of a breezy beat with the ride cymbal for the chorus. The guitar solo is brief but really cool. There's a fun vocal melody in the pre-chorus and the chorus. And to me, this song is just a gem.
I agree completely. I think the best part of the song for me is actually the transition from "Is This It" into the modern age. The guitars really feel like the answer to the question kind of abstractly for is this its build, and the way the guitars kind of sound a little more masculine, a little louder. The music is all a bit more intense in general. I think that really it's just another step in the cohesion of the album and the story that we get from it.
So next on the album we have Soma, and the vocal melody here is a little stronger and a little more prominent than the last track, but the template set on the previous two tracks is still here. We've got robotic but cool guitar stuff, no frills drums, a catchy melody. After the verses, the guitar in the right channel does a cool little part. It's this little 2-chord riff with a half-step interval, and I feel like it really adds to the tension and the drive of the song. And whenever there's a part in a song that's either like a chromatic walk-up or just a 2-note thing with a half-step interval, to me, that always catches my ear. So I really like that little part. And the right channel guitar is doing a lot of really cool parts that enhance the rest of the song. And this sets a pattern for what is the classic Strokes sound. I feel like 9 times out of 10, the guitar on the right channel is doing the cool riffing, and the guitar on the left is doing something more basic. The vocal in this song builds in intensity in the outro of the song, which is basically an extension of the chorus. And I think by the time you get to the end of this song on the album, you've heard what the Strokes have to offer. So you have 3 songs that completely set the template, and you can figure out, whether you're out or whether you're in.
I'm definitely surprised, but also not surprised by the longevity of this band, because I definitely agree. Once we reach Soma, you've kind of got the Strokes figured out, but the intricacies and the mixing and the way the guitars are in different channels on the song show that whether it's the producer who is behind it offering the insight, or it's, again, Julian just coming up with these ideas to play with the sound, they have this very simple formula that they are covering in every single quarter of. Every annal of the Strokes formula is covered, and it all sounds really good. Even now, 25 years later, it sounds fresh. And especially here, I think is a good example of Julian Casablancas' ability to sing really dramatically, where some of the lyrics are kind of vague, stream of consciousness. You get the emotional idea that he's trying to convey through how he sings, because he's doing as much vocal pyrotechnics as he is against the band, who is just really, really in the pocket here.
So next on the album is Barely Legal, and this song has the same vibe, minimal but effective guitar parts, really good vocal melody. It's a little hard to make out the lyrics, but I feel in this song that the melody kind of carries the song. And the chorus in particular has a really romantic sounding melody. It kind of has a swoon to it. In the second verse, there are some kind of fleeting, high-pitched sounds happening. It almost sounds like someone strumming strings on the headstock of a guitar, which gives you this weird kind of high-pitched, chimey kind of sound. And it just adds to the atmosphere of the track.
I think the chorus of Barely Legal is probably one of my favorite parts of Is This It as a whole, the way that it kind of sways almost like a waltz, and the way that the chorus feels like kind of a cathartic release. Throughout the album, I'm feeling these micro releases of the tension that builds in each verse, but it never really lets itself go quite as much as on Barely Legal. And Barely Legal's chorus doesn't even begin to completely release the tension, which kind of keeps me hooked on the album as we're going through it.
So next on the album is Someday, and I feel like this is a very strong track. Even before the vocal enters, the guitar establishes a really pretty, again, a romantic sounding melody. And then the drums enter, and the drums just chug through the song. Then the vocal comes in, and I feel like it plays off the guitar part well. In the chorus, the right channel guitar has some cool guitar chord voicings going on, some what sounds like sixth chords. So I feel like it's kind of Beatlesy, and definitely one of the stronger tracks on the album.
It's funny that you say the Beatles because for Someday, I kind of see this as the centerpiece of the album because the just infectiously dancey starting riff, it just reminds me of like a jukebox, like leather coat over the shoulder, snapping your fingers to the beat. And it's just got such a rock and roll sound that I'm absolutely in love with. I feel like this is one of the tracks where you kind of get a feel for the influences of the Strokes. And I'm just in love with the vibes of this track, especially. I think more and more the vocals start feeling more like another instrument, and the lyrics start mattering a little less. But when you peek in and your brain turns on and you start trying to dissect that and trying to understand what Julian is saying, it's really easy to digest, really easy to kind of imprint your own.
So next we have Alone Together. And the title of this song is a reference to lyrics in the last song. So again, there's some intentionality here. There's a cool angular guitar riff that opens the song. It's robotic sounding, but in a good way. To me, the guitar playing brings to mind early Gang of Four, like the Entertainment album. You know, just that post-punk kind of chug. I think the song contains one of the best lines on the album. Life seems unreal, can we go back to your place? It's just a really evocative line that pops out. This track feels lighter. It starts with a closed hi-hat beat and bouncy guitars and bass. And it builds in the chorus, and it kind of goes into a double time drum part with the ride cymbal opening it up a little bit. And on its own, this song may not seem that strong, but what I feel it does, it helps to establish the pacing of the album. It does build really nicely towards the end. There's a guitar solo, and a heavier beat comes in, more intense vocals towards the end. And then it concludes with just a quick pass of the original riff, and then it's just gone.
I think the mention of Alone Together in Someday is a really interesting foreshadowing that I think is just another example of the subtlety of the Strokes, where you don't need to put too much meaning into anything. You are given this product, on its face, it's very pretty and enjoyable, but digging into it and trying to understand the intricacies in how things are built in the album really, it's really still, even for such a simple formula. And for Alone Together, I think the chord progressions here are quintessentially like an indie rock sound for me, where contemporaries like Franz Ferdinand, even up to like later 2010s with like Ice Age and Aught, this kind of pearlescent, really shimmery guitar playing is all over like post-punk revival bands and indie rock bands, and bringing it through from the past, through, like you mentioned, Gang of Four, is such an interesting and really powerful through line to have. That I don't think they're disrespecting their influences by putting all this together and creating something so unique. I think the bass, especially in the song, the way it just pops in and out, is another like trademark Strokes thing that I really appreciate.
So next on the album we have Last Night, and this was the first song that I heard from the Strokes, as I mentioned in the introduction. It builds slowly. It has a really joyous chord progression. The vocal melody is really strong. The rhythm is bouncy. The guitars complement each other. I feel like there's a really nice build and release during the refrain section, the "they don't understand" part. And the song ends with each instrument kind of dropping one by one. So again, the music doesn't bludgeon the listener. It takes its time to start and to finish.
I would say it's around here where, for me at least, the Strokes, like the quintessential Strokes sound, kind of starts overstaying its welcome a little bit. I feel like Last Night is kind of similar to Someday in the way that it bounds, it bounces, but I'm not tired of it yet. I don't think it distracts from the sound that I'm reminded of earlier parts on this album. I feel like there's kind of a cycle in how it runs, especially in the subject matter, like urban life and being a kind of a disaffected youth in like a big metropolitan town like New York City. Really kind of shines through in songs like Last Night, just trying to find your way in the world, trying to find somebody to love you, and it's really relatable here. But I think the risks that they take later on in the second half of the album really kind of pay off. And Last Night's, like you said, the way the instruments kind of drop out near the end. I think that's just more examples of the subtlety of the Strokes that really put them on the map as a band in a really overcrowded mainstream rock music scene in the early 21st century.
So after Last Night is Hard to Explain, and this song has become a Strokes favorite. When I saw Julian Casablancas solo in 2010, he performed this song. It was the only Strokes album cut that he performed at that show. And it has another romantic sounding melody, playing off the guitar part in the right channel really well. The drums on this song sound more electronic, and the guitar is a little fuzzier. So the overall sound is a little bit different than what came before it. But I feel like it's still characteristically Strokes. It has that really powerful melody that just hits you, and it's just very identifiable as the band. I feel like it has one of the richest melodies on the album. There are some rapid-fire lyrics in the chorus, which we'll come to again on Strokes albums. And I just feel like this song has an effortless sense of cool that the band became known for.
I definitely agree completely about this being one of the stronger cuts, and I'm definitely not surprised that Julian would take this on tour solo. I'm not sure if that's a drum machine or if the drums are just processed, but it's a really like hyper modern sound that, just as, like I said, I'm kind of getting tired with Last Night's kind of quintessentially Strokes sound. It's like a left turn into kind of a more new wave sound that I really appreciate. And the compressed vocals, I think, just add to that kind of almost futuristic sound, but I think it really fits for the album as a whole and doesn't feel like we're straying too far from what is already a really tight, really small formula that the Strokes are getting a lot of mileage out of.
Next up is When It Started, and this is a track that appears on the original US version of the album. Originally, the album contained a song called New York City Cops that we'll talk a little bit about, but When It Started, I feel, is the lightest sounding song on the album. It's all closed hi-hat. The guitars are pretty clean. It sounds a little like light reggae, but with more of a straightforward 4/4 beat. And it's funky in kind of a different way. It has some really cool chord voicings happening in the left channel. There's no crash cymbals and very few drum fills in this song. So it's airy with a lot of space. The melody on the chorus is very slow and very measured. And I feel like this song is a nice come down after Hard to Explain. And as I mentioned, this song replaced New York City Cops on the US version of the album, which I own, and that's kind of the version I grew up with. I feel like this song doesn't quite have the juice as New York City Cops. That's a really strong rock and stroke song. But I feel that they were right to replace the song after 9/11. It was kind of wrong place, wrong time for that particular song. And I feel like When It Started works just fine.
I feel like the way When It Started is arranged, I think this is the reason for 21st century indie rock as a whole. Just everything is so, like you said, light and airy. The closed hi-hats really add to like kind of a claustrophobic, really urbane sound that I think dozens of imitators would use to great effect in much more anxious kind of post-punk revival specific sounds. And although I agree that I think New York City Cops is kind of the superior track, When It Started is in a place in the progression of the album that is way more appropriate when we're on the second half of the album with more esoteric vibes and more of a like a strictly like new wave and maybe like almost kind of a Velvet Underground sense of like playfulness and whimsy in the songwriting.
I will say about New York City Cops, I think the first time that I heard that track was the band's performance on MTV. The show was called like $2 Bill or something like that, where it was just a live performance of the band. And I think it was 2002. I mean, the band's in their prime, and they ran that song. And that is a really, really great version of New York City Cops. And if you haven't watched that $2 Bill performance of the Strokes, by all means, go to YouTube and find it, because it's just, to this day, it holds up. It's just awesome. You know, the band is young, hungry, they're tight as heck. So I definitely recommend seeking that performance out.
Yeah, right before the internet takes off, file sharing, YouTube, MTV, it totally makes sense that the Strokes would kind of just push as far as they can for such a barn burner as New York City Cops. And this was actually, I think, the first Strokes song that I had ever heard, and I was obsessed with it. Just the chorus, the repetition, the abrasion. But I think it's a smarter idea to have When It Started in this position. It's just much better cohesion for the album as a whole.
Next up, we have Trying Your Luck. And I used to think that this was the weak track on the album, but now I think it's actually pretty strong. And if you pay attention, there's a lot of cool stuff happening. The vocal melody and how the guitars wrap around it is pretty exotic sounding. It's almost like music from a spy film. There's a nice build in the chorus where there's quarter note snare hits. And pay attention to the prominent guitar part in the chorus. I just think it's really cool. And the tone of the guitar solo is really nice too. It's got this really warm tube amp sound. It's not stinging or in your face. And this song is more dark and minor key than most of the album. So it feels different, but again, I feel like it has its place on the album, and it serves as a break from the bouncier material.
Yeah, we're definitely reaching the end of the album. You can kind of feel that in the urgency of the minor key of Trying Your Luck. I really appreciate the confessional tone and the lyrics of what is ostensibly a love song, and the way that it just kind of ends is it really feels like one of the best ways to kind of end the song. And I'm surprised that something is passe at this point in 2000, where irony is kind of reigning supreme. That this song, with its really earnest tone and vibe, it just really shines on this point of the album.
So the album ends with Take It or Leave It. And this song opens with one pass of the chorus melody slowed down. And then the song kicks in at the normal tempo. And I feel like this song has a great build and release through the Take It or Leave It section into the He's Gonna Let You Down section. And then that section has a build within it. So it's just a rush. And it's a bit apocalyptic sounding. I feel like the guitar in the right channel. It plays a really repetitive part that kind of adds to the tension of the song. The guitar solo in the song is really tasteful and it fits the song well. So I see it as a high energy closer to a fantastic album.
Yeah, and what a closure Take It or Leave It is. The question that was asked on Is This It is replied to with a simple statement: take or leave this album. We've said what we have to say. And the solo just rips. I don't know about as a closer specifically as the song itself, if I'm in love with how this album ends, but the statement, and maybe I'm just projecting how I feel about the album onto Take It or Leave It, but I really feel like there is a statement for the Strokes as a band as their first full sentence to the music industry on this, and front to back just really kind of feeling that vibe of Julian as a songwriter has a message and he puts it out to you on Is This It in no uncertain terms.
So I'll give Is This It an easy 5 stars. I think it's the Strokes' best album. They completely set the template for the sound on this album. Back when it was released, it was such a breath of fresh air. I think it sounded great back then, and listening to it again now, it sounds just as good now. I think it's the strongest set of songs that the Strokes put out, so for me, it's an easy 5 stars.
I echo your sentiment completely. This is a 5-star album, easily, really consistent, beginning to end. This is definitely the album that I would have expected would have kind of started a movement in indie rock music in the turn of the 21st century. Really just a stellar release, and it just feels to me like a 5-star album.
So next we have Room on Fire, 2003 RCA Records. And as with Is This It, all songs by Julian Casablancas. And there is a co-write on this album, the song Automatic Stop, which is Julian and Albert Hammond Jr. So my memory of this was the anticipation was high and the expectations were high. And upon release, I think it fell a little short in mainstream music circles, just in terms of artistic growth and album sales. But I was so on board with the band at the time that I really liked it a lot. It was a safe album, arguably. They didn't stray far from the formula. Word is the band started out working with one producer, and he wasn't working out. So they went back to the producer of Is This It with just a short amount of time to deliver the record. But over time, I do think that this one has held up well. So we'll just jump right in. The first song is called Whatever Happened. And one thing that I noticed here off the bat is there's crash cymbals through the verse. And so it's a little less minimal than the last record. And it's maybe pointing towards a more conventional rock sound. But it still has those pan guitars with that identifiable sound and interplay. And I think it's an intriguing sounding song. It has a trademark Julian melody with some self-loathing lyrics. The song opens up with, I want to be forgotten and I don't want to be reminded. And that not only opens the song, but it opens the whole album. And you can actually make out the words easily. And the lyrics are vague enough to not know exactly whose point of view is represented in which lines, and I actually think that adds to the interest of the song. So for me, it's a pretty strong opener.
I feel like we're once again here with a really nice opening statement with Whatever Happened. I Want to Be Forgotten, especially kind of the classic sophomore album for the band, being kind of disillusioned with fame in the music industry, but only really feeling that vibe in the beginning of the lyrics, the rest of it still being pretty vague and stream of consciousness. Again, like you said, the formula is still here, a little bit more mature, a little bit more full-bodied, in a way kind of like a fine wine for me, the way the crash cymbals that open the song just kind of fill the rest of the song, as opposed to the kind of sinewy minimalist sound of Is This It? This is definitely a lot more capital R rock for me. It's a little too conventional for me to be like a really exemplary opener for the band, but it's still a good song. And Julian especially is in top form here with some desperate, very, very emotive vocal stylings.
Okay, next up we have Reptilia. And the title of this album comes from a lyric in this song. And over time, I feel like this song has become a Strokes classic. It was actually the second single for the album. The first was 1251. And that didn't really hit that hard, but Reptilia has proven to have staying power. I think it's one of the more mechanical, robotic sounding songs from the band. There's a little more clarity in the vocal in the beginning, and then later on it gets more lo-fi and distorted. The guitar parts are very angular. This isn't jam band stuff with a lot of guitar bends and fancy guitar tricks. There's a breakdown that happens twice in the song when all the instruments drop and leaving just the guitar playing some chords. And then the bass guitar and kick drum enters, followed by the rest of the band. It's a neat little Strokes trademark. I think you have to look up the lyrics to actually know what they are, but I think this is a pretty strong song lyrically. I like the line, "Our lives are changing lanes, you ran me off the road." And there are some other evocative words here too. So this is a strong song.
I think that Casablancas' dramatic vocal delivery matches the kind of dramatic storytelling that's happening. And with the opt-in, opt-out way of the guitars and the bass popping in and out while Casablancas is regaling us with the story, just kind of adds to the dramatic air of what's going on in the song. And you get pretty immediately with this album that there is there's definitely more of a sardonic vibe, I think. And for me, some of my favorite Strokes songs so far have been these lyrics, which are a lot more concrete and easy to understand, that kind of tell a story. And I definitely see why Reptilia has staying power on this album.
Next up, we have Automatic Stop. And this song has a reggae-ish guitar intro, but when the drum beat comes in, it's a little more straight, and it kind of anchors the song. It has some tense-sounding instrumental breaks with really fat-sounding palm-muted guitars, kind of add to the tension of the song. The beat gets a little funky in the chorus, which also has a really memorable, bouncy melody. I think the lyrics harken back to the first album, with that kind of carefree, naive view of relationships. Musically, I feel like there's more syncopation and funkiness than on the first album. So these songs don't feel like quick rewrites of the first album's songs. I think there's some thought and care going on here, and enough growth to keep the sound interesting, but also still working to the band's strengths and keeping Julian's songcraft right up front.
It was around here that I started noticing on Room on Fire, there's this space between each song on the album, And even with that, I was surprised to find that the album is 2 minutes shorter than Is This It? Because these songs, although they're the same length, they feel bigger and longer. I think the band is just really getting comfortable with each other, and they're able to do this kind of interplay while incorporating like more reggae and new wave, and like their Bob Marley influence and stuff in these songs. I think that there's just so much more room for things to breathe, and it really helps with how things sound. And that more heavier sound, that denser sound that kind of sits with you, isn't really there on Is This It as much as it is here, where Is This It is a lot more lighter.
Our next song is 1251, and I've always loved this song. For me, it's all hooks and all melody. The guitar in the right channel establishes a melody even before the vocal enters. And the lead guitar in the instrumental break is heavily processed to sound like a synthesizer. And that's another major hook of the song. There's also hand claps during those instrumental breaks, so another pop trick. In the chorus, there's another synth-sounding guitar and a guitar playing 6 chords for some extra depth. And I think the lyrics hit on this song. They're mostly intelligible, so you can actually make out what they are. And they capture the carefree attitude of youth. The theme of this song is going out on a Friday night. It's simple, but I think that it really captures that youthful, carefree vibe.
I'm really glad that the Strokes have a chance to have one of these really danceable tracks on this album, bookended by a lot more anxiety and unsureness about life and getting older, getting more famous, working your way through your own love life. And those synth guitars, the synthy sounding guitars, just infectious here. The lyrics, I think, still really match nicely with the rest of the album too. I think the lyric is we can go and get 40s, and they're just swaying and jiving the whole time. This is a really good track on this album.
Next up is You Talk Way Too Much. And this song opens with a grungy, kind of trashy guitar riff. It's very garage rock. The vocal enters, and it just becomes signature Strokes. There's some lyrical repetitiveness in the section Give Me Some Time, much like the song Take It or Leave It from the last album. And when the chorus of this song hits, it just has that rich Strokes melodic thing happening, where the vocal is almost enough, but then you have these guitar parts adding even more depth. I think it's something that Julian does really well in his best songs, and the band is able to complete the musical vision with their playing.
Yeah, I'm definitely inclined to agree here that the band are really in the pocket for You Talk Way Too Much. The refrain on this, the size of it, the whole song feels like it's full to bursting in the mix for me, to the point where it feels like they're clearing out a house's worth of space for that little guitar part, I think, after the second verse. Just the interplay with the band and how infectious these hooks can be while still conveying so much interesting and relatable emotion in a really abstract way. I really appreciate it.
The next song is Between Love and Hate. And this song opens with just drums playing a funky beat. And I think it's very reminiscent of the first album once the song unfolds. The guitar tones, the aloof vocal, the minimal vibe of it. The guitar solo section is reminiscent of the solo in The Modern Age. So the throwback vibes are strong. And this isn't the best track for me, but I think it fits where it's at on the album. And it helps to establish pacing for the album. It kind of serves as a little breather.
I think the guitar parts on Between Love and Hate are really fun and sarcastic, kind of betraying the bravado of the songwriting here, which, again, just is really shining on this album. of like being able to take a breakup in stride. That's kind of my take on the lyrics for that. And I kind of notice at this point, not so much like the breaks between the tracks or feeling the length of the album, but definitely more like consistent, I think. Less big risks, but still a lot of quality on this album.
The next song is Meet Me in the Bathroom. And I think this is a very classic Strokes song. You've got downstrokes on the guitars, a pretty straight quarter note bass line. The breakdown before the chorus is just guitars. And then after that, it kind of explodes into this hyper melodic section. The vocal is perfect. It's a very wistful kind of melody. There's seventh chords and major seventh chords here that I feel are put together in a really artful way. And I assume in this song and in most of the early material, from what I've read, Julian came up with all the guitar riffs and basically orchestrated the early songs. And that's very impressive. It's easy to fall back on just straight major and straight minor chords, but I think Julian has an advanced sense of melody, not only in his vocal lines, but in the musical foundation that he creates with those rich sounding chords and riffs. And at the time, mainstream rock was really lacking that depth and that kind of fun pop sense. The title of this song is intriguing, and it has a youthful, kind of impulsive feel to it. Many years later, a book came out with this title that examined the music scene in New York City in the 2000s. So I think that this was meant to be a sleeper track on the album that people will always be discovering.
I would go so far as to say that this is probably the strongest track on the album for me. When the band is in it, they're in it. And I definitely see the kind of control that Julian Casablancas has over the songwriting and the composition process, because this is such a well put together song from beginning to end. But I'm surprised that Julian said that the biggest Sonic Youth reference is on 1251, because I kind of feel it here in the sarcasm and the quiet yearning on this track. The lyric, "You trained me not to love after you taught me what it was," just rips. I think that is a great line, probably one of the best lines on this album, on an album full of really good hooks and lines.
Next up, we have Under Control. And I thought that this was the first significant style shift on a Strokes record. It's kind of like when the Ramones were just pile driving for a long time on their records. And then they had Needles and Pins on their fourth album. And it was just such a stark difference with those really clean guitars. Not only is this song slower, and you could maybe argue that it's a ballad, but it's also very soulful. It has a very pretty, high-pitched guitar part that happens in the verses towards the end of the vocal phrases. And it's a real head-turning part. That part really grabs your ear and makes you pay attention. Lyrically, it's straightforward and it's easy to digest, so some listeners may be drawn in by that too. It's got that Strokes angularity while being very soulful at the same time. So I think that's kind of a cool trick. The guitar solo section is beautiful. The overall feel of the instrumentation is kind of melancholy, and it really matches the tone of the words. And I wonder if the song was a single, or if it was played more often by the band, if the song would have had more legs.
I think it's interesting that you picked up on the soulful, the kind of vintage, like classic sound of this song, because I also, while I was listening to it, the danceability, the kind of forlorn feel of it, really reminded me of like a 50s or a 60s rock and roll track. I think the sweeping quality of the singing and by the instrumentation just really like straight,
pop almost for me, but also, like you said, with a Strokes angularness that really makes the track stand out.
Next up, we have The Way It Is. And this song is more electro sounding. It's kind of buzzy right out of the gate, a little like Hard to Explain on the last album. It's a fun little song, but there's not a lot of substance to it. It's short, and the lyrics are pretty repetitive, so I'd say it's the album's throwaway track, only because everything else on the album is stronger.
I absolutely would not think this is a throwaway track. The super sarcastic writing quality of the lyrics, and like you said, the buzzing of the instruments in this song really, for me, feel like this is one of the more emotive tracks with a lot of subtlety that is, it's so in your face that you really only get to see the bright colors of it until you're peeling apart the layers, because it really does blow by too, which I'm a little remiss about. I would love to hear like another verse on this track, just so much wit, so much sardonicness about this track.
I think maybe if it would have had an extra verse, it would have felt more substantial to me, and maybe I would like it a little more. As it is, it's so quick and it goes by so fast, and the repetitiveness of it makes me feel like it's kind of a throwaway. But I agree that there is potential. There's potential in it.
Yeah, the way that this album really doesn't blow by like a lot of This It, despite the slight less length of the tracks and the album. I feel like there isn't so much of a place for a track this hard hitting.
The next song is titled "The End Has No End," and I think that this song is much stronger than the last track, especially when that pre-chorus hits with the synthy guitar tone from 1251. That section of this song is one of the best parts of the album for me. The second verse of the song really gets going. The vocal is screamy and distorted, and the band's really going for it. And then on a dime, everything drops but the drum beat for a few measures. And so that's kind of just a classic Strokes thing to do. Thematically, there's some paranoia going on in the lyrics. So for me, it's just very classic Strokes. And I think this is an underrated track. It was a single, but it was released quite a while after the album came out. So it fell through the cracks, but I think it's a great song.
I would actually say this is my throwaway track on the album. Though the synth on the song is really fun, the chug on the way to each chorus is a bit of a slog for me. Even the second sudden aggression feels like it's railing against the lackadaisical vibes of the rest of the track for me. I really don't resonate with this one, but I still think it's more appropriate than The Way It Is.
So Room on Fire closes with I Can't Win. And this track opens with some different sounding guitar chords. I think there's some suspended chords in there. I think one of Julian's strengths as a songwriter is using those lush chords, those sixths and sevenths, suspensions, major sevenths, to add impact to his material. So this song has a fast tempo, and it's easily identifiable as the band without being cliched. I think it's cool how the bass and the guitars interact with the lead vocal. It's kind of a Strokes trademark. So this is another underrated track on the album, and I think it closes the album on a high note.
Whereas I didn't really care for how they opened the album, I really like how they close this album. I think they put a bow on all the anxiety and uneasiness of Room on Fire with I Can't Win. The way that the extended syllables when he's singing the name of the song in the chorus kind of fizzle out, really give me this kind of anxious and tired vibe that I think matches the tone of the overall album. I think it's a nicely contradictory statement to the wish to be intangible in the opener.
So I'm going to give Room on Fire 4 stars. I don't think that there was much anyone could do to really knock the band off the track at this point. They were so locked in. And judging from these songs, I think Julian was still inspired as a songwriter, even if he was a little rushed. This album delivered classic sounding strokes, maybe even a little looser and more lively than the debut.
I would also give this a 4, but for me, this is probably a pretty weak 4 stars coming from the Strokes. I miss a lot of the devil may care attitude that was on the debut. And while we absolutely see kind of a growth for Julian as a songwriter and composer, it just doesn't stick with me quite as much. I'm still having a lot of fun with it, and I'm excited to see where the band's going to go from here. But I'm kind of waiting for that next aha moment that I didn't really get as much here as I did on Is This It? Yeah, I had a lot of fun with this one.
Cool.
I was surprised at how much I liked it, because on my first 1 or 2 listens, I didn't really find my footing with it. But once I kind of let these songs breathe, which it really felt appropriate that these tracks had these 3, almost 4-second gaps between each one, because especially when the songs just kind of end suddenly, it's just such a deafeningly loud sound compared to Is This It for me, that I really benefited from sitting with these tracks. And maybe I'll feel better about it with multiple listens, but it's still good.
So I'm curious, what are your first impressions of first impressions?
My very first impression, my minute 1 impression, was with You Only Live Once, was wow, it's just so much louder, more boisterous, a bit more fun than Room on Fire. And then into Juice Box, I really enjoyed how full-bodied everything sounded. I didn't miss the very original Strokes sound of Is This It? Until about the 3rd track, things started kind of melding together a little bit for me, and just less hills, more valleys in quality for me. Generally still enjoyable experience, but still kind of a downward trend from Room on Fire.
So next we have First Impressions of Earth. And this came out at the beginning of 2006, RCA Records. And I always thought it was interesting how this album got labeled with the parental advisory sticker, because the first 2 Strokes albums both have F-bombs on them, didn't get labeled, but this was the first album to get the label. So, way to protect the Utes.
Yeah, I also thought that was strange. It just sticks right out and breaks up the really stark album art. And there's a lot of really good album art for this that kind of, I think, lifts up the music and elevates it a little bit. Really makes the Strokes feel like a capital B band for me.
So on this album, all the lyrics are all still by Julian. But this is the first Strokes album where we get co-writes for music on multiple songs. The sound here is more clangy than the previous albums. It's brittle, and there's not as much of that warm tube-amp guitar tone. It's more in your face sonically, and there's just more of a traditional rock sound here. There's more crash cymbals on the one, more conventional setups and arrangements. And here the Strokes sound on record really starts to get loud. It's compressed without a lot of headroom. And arguably this leads to more of a claustrophobic sound, even in the slower and the calmer songs. So the album opens with You Only Live Once. And for me, this is probably the greatest Strokes album opener. It has a great melody and vocal from Julian. The guitar in the right channel is classic all the way through. That guitar part is a song in itself. It's so catchy that you can almost sing that guitar part. And I think the chorus is transcendent. Halfway through the chorus, the right guitar breaks into a lead part, and the left guitar takes over the chords. So I think that's a really cool little detail if you're paying attention. And maybe in hindsight, this should have been the first single for the album. I think they took a bit of a chance with Juicebox as the first single. That song sounds more modern rock to me, whereas You Only Live Once is more classic Strokes sounding. And Juicebox did okay as a single, but I don't remember the other singles doing much of anything. And I was always disappointed in the general public's indifference to Strokes singles. Julian performed I'll Try Anything Once at the solo show I went to in 2010. And that song is the original demo recording of You Only Live Once. And they're similar melodically, but I'll Try Anything Once is very stripped down and it's more of a ballad. And I think it was smart of Julian to do that song on his solo tour because that version of it is more him, whereas You Only Live Once is more Strokes. I think it's a mark of a good song when it can be played with completely different moods. And so this is one of my favorite Strokes songs.
I definitely see what you mean in the quality of the song because, in my opinion, hearing the demo version and the version that made it to first impressions, I really can't decide which I prefer better. The kind of anthemic sound, especially in the chorus, is so infectious, and the whole song, even though we do get kind of that colder, kind of poppier production and the compression in the music, I love this song as an opener too. I think it definitely would have been a better opening single as well. It's just such an infectious hook in the chorus. A lot of these songs have really good hooks in them, and I feel like that's more of a difference in this album over albums that preceded it, where the message is a lot more digestible and it sticks with you a lot easier.
So next up we have Juicebox. And this is high energy right out of the gate. It opens with guitar and bass doing a fast surf style riff, and it's just loud, punky garage rock. The vocals get screamy in the pre-chorus, and then in the chorus, the surf riffing moves to the front, and the vocal melody becomes very measured. I think it's actually a nice mix of the old Strokes sound with an updated approach. There are some different sounding guitar effects happening in this song. At one point, it sounds like there's some kind of oscillator on the guitar. It makes it sound kind of psychedelic. I think Julian is in fine voice on this song. He hits some really good high notes on the You're So Cold line. So this is a fun track.
I definitely feel Julian always comes off the best on every single one of these albums, on every song. Especially here is a really good example as the first instance of Julian's vocal style maturing and him finding new ways to convey his messages to us, as well as all these new instrumental pyrotechnics that we get. For me, I found a little bit harder to enjoy to the point where I started feeling like Juicebox was a little derivative of the Strokes themselves. It kind of fell flat a bit for me, but the surf sound, the danceability of the track still really makes for an enjoyable time.
Next, we have Heart in a Cage. This song is really punchy. There's a lot of tension built up in it. And I think the drums really drive the different moods within the song. There's a bridge that's kind of on the lighter side, but the rest is either tribal stomp, driving 4/4, or thrashy rock with a lot of crash cymbal. There's some great guitar parts in the right channel, and some of the more in-your-face soloing up to this point on a Strokes record. The lyrics deal a lot with some kind of existential dread, so I think they're effective. So this song is a good rocker for me.
Heart in a Cage is definitely enjoyable for me as well. I appreciate the kind of swaggerous march that we get between the guitars and the drums in this song, but I'm really starting to miss more of Julian's like throaty and intense vocal styles here. The elongated syllables just really start feeling like a hypnosis at a certain point and kind of takes me out of it.
The next song is Razor Blade. Right off the bat, the chord progression of this song is very romantic sounding, I would say. It would be dreamy if the song wasn't so rockin' and loud. When I first heard this song, I thought that the melody in the chorus sounded a lot like Mandy by Barry Manilow. And it actually took me a long time to not hear Mandy in this song. But I do like it. I think the guitar parts are great throughout. The melody is catchy. There's a short refrain section near the end of the song where the vocal line exactly mirrors what the guitar is doing. So I think that's fun. So this is a pretty good track.
It's going to be really hard for me to shake that Mandy illusion now that you kind of put together. I really like that, and I really like Razor Blade as a song too. The sort of bubbly diversion of what feels like an almost disingenuous intensity at this point for the lack of oomph, the lack of warmth in the music is a really nice change, and the way that the vocals or the guitars, I guess depending on which perspective you're looking at, kind of they mimic each other. Reminds me almost of like show tunes or like that kind of boisterous, semi-loungy sound that musicians like Barry Manilow had. I was definitely thinking like, again, storytelling is just something that Julian Casablancas is really good at.
Our next song is On the Other Side. This song to me feels a little more relaxed than what came before on the album, but it's still bouncy. It starts with a really bouncy bass line. Lyrically, it's about ennui. The chorus is kind of fun, and it has sing-along potential live, but there's not a ton going on in this song. It's a little repetitive lyrically, but this album is a marathon compared to the last two, so I do think that the song has its place here. One of my favorite parts of this song is when Julian sings some nice melodic variations on the final chorus. He goes into a higher register, and it wraps the song up nicely for me.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. I think the despondent nature of the lyrics are a really nice change of pace, and it could use a bit of a better backdrop, although I really appreciate the kind of like the tick-tocking of the drums throughout this song really add to that kind of existential feel that we're getting from the lyrics. I really appreciate when Julian kind of gets into these more introspective mindsets rather than like looking outward, the more political songs, although he's usually got a pretty investing message. When he's looking inward, I find that he gets better lyrics.
Next up is Vision of Division. And I like this track. It's very over the top in energy and clanginess. There are tempo shifts. I think it builds beautifully into the second part of the chorus, the How Long Must I Wait part. The guitars go crazy. The drums are very driving. It has a weird, almost atonal guitar solo. It's over the top, but it still has that identifiable Strokes sound. And I think this is an example of a band making it look easy, specifically just playing that tight and locked in. Sometimes the lyrical repetitiveness doesn't work for me in Strokes songs, but here on the chorus, I think it does. I think it adds to the chaotic, apocalyptic feel of the song.
A Vision of Division is just a barn burner, the way the drums drive this whole thing. And I really don't have much to add. I feel exactly the same as you do. This is a really good, really powerful Strokes track that really fits their sort of idiom and their name. I don't think it overstays its welcome at all. And in my opinion, on this album, I think this is the best Julian sounds as well. He's really coming into the depth of range of his voice here.
Yeah, this song you would never find on Is This It?
Yeah, it's a really mature and emotionally resonant intensity that kind of makes some of the songs, like especially songs that I feel like it is a little beholden to, like New York City Cops, kind of two-dimensional in where it's coming from. It really feels like he's got something to say, something making him feel this strongly and this intensely that is worth the controlled tension that exists and the chaos that this band is so good at putting together in a song.
Our next song is Ask Me Anything. There's more ennui here and a big dose of deep despair. The line, "I've got nothing to say," is repeated at least 20 times in this song. And I never really liked this song. I think there are songs that deal with depression and sadness that are more clever and more thoughtful in how they were put together. And I don't necessarily think that it needs to be extremely poetic for it to be impactful. But there are some silly lines in this song that make it hard to take it seriously as a dirge. It has a very weird little bridge. It's almost avant-garde. The music has potential, but on this one, the lyrics kind of kill it for me. I think it's the first major misstep on a Strokes album, and this may be my least favorite track by them.
There are times when the repetition does favors for the Strokes and times where it definitely does not. And unfortunately, Ask Me Anything is one of those. As an insight into what the Strokes are interested in experimenting with, I really appreciate this song, but it's definitely a weak point on the album, unfortunately, which is a shame because I love these left field diversions on sophomore albums for bands, especially later on in this album, which we'll get.
Do you kind of consider this to be a sophomore album, because the first two are just so similar?
Yeah, it definitely felt like the Strokes were ready for some kind of change, if not like a whole reinvention, just enough to kind of make themselves stand out again in a world that is now kind of inundated with indie bands who approach rock music and lyricism in a similar way.
So next up, we have Electricity Scape. And the album, for me, gets back on track with this song. But the album is still a marathon. It has that kind of feel. So the vibe is still that we're wandering a little, we're meandering, we're poking around, trying new things. I don't think you'll find a song like this on the first two albums. There's really tight drum and guitar interplay. It has a cool melody. The line, "You belong to the city now," still reminds me of Glenn Frey and his song. Kind of the way that Razorblade brings to mind Mandy. And this just feels like Strokes 2.0. It's kind of a comfortable progression of the classic sound. The production is just more commercial and conventional, without being cheap sounding, like they were going for a hit. This track just has a unique flavor that I like.
I think that was an interesting take on the pronunciation of this song too. I would say Electricityscape. I think it's smoother and has more of a sheen to it. Kind of like how this song does. I agree well that this feels like a new, different Strokes rather than a Strokes that feels kind of at odds with itself, like a lot of the earlier parts of this album. The song is really urbane. It's got that kind of new wavy sound that I kind of miss in these more anthemic rock songs. And I feel like this is one of the stronger songs, songwriting wise as well. The lyrics are a bit better here.
The next song is titled Killing Lies. And this song kicks off what many fans refer to as the Sleep Trilogy on the album. This is where the album seems to go off into a sleep state with some weird musical ideas and slightly odd lyrics that feel like a dream. And I liked these next three songs so much that I wrote out the lyrics and the guitar chords for myself. And a band I was in actually worked up Killing Lies. And I think we played it out once or twice. The same with 1251, which was a lot of fun to do. And I love that the Strokes did this song live when I saw them at Blossom a couple weeks ago. And it was second or third in the set list, so they put it right up front. And I think that the song has a beautifully effective circular melody, which is really hard to pull off, to take a very simple idea or part and have it run through the duration of a song and sound captivating. Another example of a circular part that I like a lot is the bass line in the song Pop Tones by Public Image Limited. That song runs for about 7 minutes and the bass line never changes, yet it's so hypnotic and it just draws you in. And I feel like Killing Lies does the same with its melody. The melody has a timeless kind of quality to it. The song has dynamics too. The final verse, or the coda, has some screamy vocals, and the whole thing just has a dreamlike, trancy quality to it. I think that the repetitive lyric in the chorus works. My only criticism of the recording is on the CD version, there's some distracting clipping and distortion happening in the guitars. I think that maybe they were just recorded way too hot, and maybe the vinyl sounds better, but regardless of that issue, I love this tune.
Wow, the Blossom. What a venue to see songs from the Sleep Trilogy at. I love that venue so much, and I think I would have appreciated this song especially better because for me, the hypnotic qualities of this song kind of fell flat for me again. This is one of the more impenetrable, I would say, Strokes songs lyrically, and I'm just kind of equally unfulfilled by the swirling guitars that kind of go nowhere for me. But I guess I wasn't in that kind of hypnotic headspace at this point. I really wanted more oomph. I wanted more punch in the music. But these experimental forays, I think I could still really appreciate as a vision, as like a transitory period for the Strokes.
A vision of division?
Yeah, essentially.
Next up, we have Fear of Sleep. And here we have another off-kilter kind of song. I think that it has a really cool melody in the verses with a guitar part that mirrors it. The lyrics are weird, it's very dreamlike, and the chorus builds from calm to full noise. And I think that the repetitive lyrics work here in the chorus. They enhance the build and release. The build in the chorus is a little nightmarish, so the dream may have taken a turn in this song. It isn't a pleasant, peaceful dream with that "you're no fun" repetitive section. But I like this song.
I didn't learn about the Sleep Trilogy until after I was already finished digesting First Impressions, and it gave me kind of an appreciation for these songs as their own sort of connected storyline, as opposed to just three different parts of First Impressions. And on Fear of Sleep, I think the Strokes are at their most acerbic here. Really caustic, really nasty lyrics, and I really appreciate the catharsis that the guitars especially go through in this song. I'm finding the second half of First Impressions way more enjoyable than the first half for me. Kind of a vision to division there, definitely.
I think the band has a tendency to bury a lot of their best songs on the back half of their albums for whatever reason. And as we get into the later albums, it's even more so, later in the catalog, where there's just a lot of gems in the second half of the album.
I'm amazed at how many bands kind of still follow the A-side, B-side treatment of how to build an album cohesively. And for first impressions, I think that this is one of the more, if not the most, like, cohesive, flowing albums, definitely.
So 15 Minutes concludes our Sleep trilogy, and it's in 6/8 time, which is a first for the band. And the lyrics are very obscure and surreal, but I think that the melody is fantastic. Halfway through, the song goes into double time 4/4, like thrashy garage, kind of similar to Juicebox, and it rocks really good. In the last section of the song, the drums switch to more of a pounding beat with fast quarter note kick drum and crashes, and with some really bizarre lyrics with kind of a 1 to 12 theme. The first line centers on 1, and then each line after counts up to 12. So it's kind of like Julian's own 12 Days of Christmas or something. I think it's really fun and clever. And Julian holds the last note an impressively long time, and it has this big, huge ending. It's pretty far removed from the material on Is This It and that early stuff, but to me it's so darn fun that it's hard to deny its charm.
This was the best song on the album for me, which surprised me because I also do see this as a pretty big departure from the Strokes formula that we've seen on the last two albums. The like jangly twang of the first half of the song, and then the build that comes to just such a cathartic and built on the anxieties laid out in, I think, some of the more practical lyrics on the Sleep trilogy. What a climax for the Sleep trilogy on this album. I love this one.
So next up we have Eyes of the World. And I think if there's a top 3 Strokes underdog tracks, this is in it. I think it's very underrated. Musically it's great, and I think it's lyrically strong. This is one of Julian's strongest and most focused songs from a lyrical perspective for me. And you may look at the title and think that Eyes is just a cute, stylized spelling of E-Y-E-S, but it links to the lyrics and the point of the song, which I think is questioning what humans do to each other and what our culture is and what it's become. I feel like it's kind of asking, is this the best we can do? That's what I take from it. And the chorus drives the point home by using all these words that end in I-Z-E. So this one may fly right past listeners if they're not paying attention. The words aren't super easy to make out, and the track is near the end of the album. So for me, this song is a perfect example of a precious little stone that can be mined from this album, even all these years later. The way that the song ends is really clever, and I won't spoil it for you if you forget the ending or if you want to check it out. But to me, this is a really great song.
I definitely think Eyes of the World is worth repeated listens, because for me, at the first time, I was kind of worried about Strokes getting overly political, and I thought that this Eyes play on words was a little cheesy at first, but the emphatic nature of Julian's delivery of his manifesto not only drives the band in an interesting direction on the song, but it's a surprisingly refreshing take for a time in the 21st century that was so bogged down by like a consumerist malaise. I think that the Strokes continue to be in top form on the second half of this album.
Next up, we have the song Evening Sun. And here we get back to a romantic sounding Strokes song. I think the melody is really pleasing. It's pretty calm and mid-tempo. I think the lyrics align with the vibe of the song title. It really feels like you're watching a sunset. It has some really well-placed minor chords, and the vibe is just calm and serenity. And it's a bit of a throwback to the minimalism of the first two albums. And I think the line, "I love you more than being 17, is one of the most memorable lines on a Strokes album. So I like this song too.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of this one. Angular, tight, a little claustrophobic while still sounding kind of sparse. These disaffected Strokes licks end up being some of my favorite Strokes songs, just in the way that it really captures the feeling of being disaffected as a youth. I'm a big fan of this one.
So First Impressions closes with Red Light, and I think this is a pretty strong closer. It has some really fun guitar parts. They're bouncy and they'll put a smile on your face. I think they lock well with the vocal melody, and I would say they're almost more catchy than the vocal. Lyrically, the song is a little all over the place. I feel like it has an irreverence to it. There are references to red lights in different settings, but I like to think this song is a reluctant retelling of an awkward encounter with a hooker. I don't know if it is, but I like to think that. This song makes me wonder if we ever woke up from the Sleep trilogy of songs. It has that weird, dreamy kind of feel to it. And I like this song a lot.
Yeah, I think Red Light is good, and even down to the way that it echoes the red line, the album art. I appreciate its hesitant optimism as a closer. I think thematically it really fits, but I wish so much that they had ended the album with Evening Sun. I think the way that it just sounds so small, everything is so stripped back on that track. It would have wrapped the album up a lot better for me. Almost objectively, I feel bad saying objectively because I've been spouting off my opinion this whole time. This is probably the better closer for the cohesion of the album.
So for First Impressions of Earth, I still enjoy this album, and I might like it even more now than when it was released. I'll give it 4 stars. I see it as a mine of precious metal that's a little difficult to get to, whereas in the first 2 albums, you can grasp them pretty quickly, and they're just instant gratification. Here, there are more side streets, some musical ideas that are pretty out there, and I think it's more of an adventure to explore and to navigate. I still feel like I'm chipping away at everything this album has to offer. And I feel like this album came at a sweet spot where the band wasn't far removed from their classic era, but they obviously wanted to stretch out a little here. So it encompasses the best of all worlds for me.
I don't receive First Impressions of Earth so warmly. I definitely agree that this is definitely the densest album I've heard so far, and after repeated listens, I am still finding like intricacies in the mix, new lyrical quirks, and different subtleties that Julian uses both on the page and out of his mouth. But I still find myself missing that raw sound that even Room on Fire had, but mostly is this that still there's a lot of really good tracks on here. I definitely applaud Julian for, even though he's on the top of the world right now, really successful band, he is really still interested in bucking trends and trying to find some interest out of his influences to create something new and exciting that still feels nostalgic even for a new listener. But I'm feeling 3 stars. It's a pretty high 3, but there's just not enough here that appeals to me as loudly as what came before it.
So the Strokes returned in 2011 with Anglaise on RCA Records. The hype sticker is especially hyped for this release. It says the highly anticipated new album includes Undercover of Darkness, 4 stars from Rolling Stone, also includes Machu Picchu, Taken for a Fool, and Life is Simple in the Moonlight. This is one of the weirder Strokes covers for me. It kind of looks like a high school doodle. And if you're a fan of NES, the original Nintendo, this cover may remind you of a course from the game Marble Madness. At least that's what it reminds me of. So all music written and arranged by the Strokes is the credit. And I think this is an interesting shift of songwriting credits. Whereas the Strokes, the earlier Strokes material was primarily Julian writing the words and the music. Each of the band members had a solo project where they wrote either a majority or all of the material. So they're all definitely capable. And with this new generic songwriting credit, we have to accept that this is at least meant to appear as more of a collaborative effort. I think it's very similar to how the band Queen went from individual songwriting credits on albums up to A Kind of Magic in '86 to the credit All Songs by Queen on The Miracle in '89. And reportedly that was done to promote harmony within the band and to discourage competition with getting songs on albums. And it's hard to say if those were the same reasons for the Strokes sharing songwriting credit. I would guess that the harmony would have been a desired outcome for the Strokes, partially because the band was a bit disjointed and not terribly unified during the making of this album. But a big difference between the Strokes and Queen is the Strokes sound, and all of the early material was Julian. He was the architect of the Strokes' music. In Queen, every single member wrote songs that became big hits. And that's extremely rare for a band. But anyway, back to Angles. I remember listening to the full album online before it was released, and I had to look up whether it was a sanctioned pre-release stream or if it was a leak, and it looks like it was a leak. And typically I don't like to listen to an album before I have a physical copy in my hands, especially if it's a leak, but I couldn't resist in this case. I vaguely recall that the link just went to a nondescript page with a streaming link where you could listen to the album, and that's where I first heard it.
For me, I'm reminded of Qbert, which has the same kind of isometric square look for the cover of Angles, and I actually really appreciate the kind of amateurish look. The border especially kind of looks like it's markered on to the album. Kind of a punk vibe in my opinion. And as for band credits for the first time on this album, I guess you could call them a contemporary, though they're a little older. The Eels, where Mark Everett, the lead singer and the main driving force of the band, decided, I think in 2013, maybe later, to start letting the band help him with the songwriting, and it was kind of a refresh for them that I really appreciated, and that made me optimistic for what I was going to hear on Angles, as well as just how 80s the italics involved on the Strokes name was. I was ready to see what they had in store. For the release, I remember at the time, I wasn't into the Strokes in 2011, but I remember that it was pretty hype among some of my more hip friends who are into this kind of music.
So the album begins with Machu Picchu, and this song has a light reggae-ish guitar with more of a straight 4/4 beat. There's bongos in the chorus, which is definitely a new element in the Strokes sound. I feel like the vocal, especially in the chorus, is really classic Julian without trying to copy the past. In the chorus, he just has that drawl. It's kind of aloof, it's kind of croony, and totally his own thing. The contrast between the verse, which is kind of airy, and the chorus, which is more driving, is pretty nice. This is a pretty good opener for the album. "I'm putting your patience to the test," says the opening line.
Yeah, I really appreciate that we have another opening message on the opener for this, which Machu Picchu is a pretty solid opener, in my opinion. I feel like Julian Casablancas, as a singer and as a songwriter, is only maturing here. The lyrics are more engrossing. The sound, I feel like all the subtleties in the music, which we noticed a little bit on First Impressions, is coming more to the forefront at this time. In this kind of power poppy new wavy direction that we get, punctuated by Machu Picchu, is not what I expected from the Strokes for their direction. Not really even what I wanted them to go in, but it's one that I can still appreciate. And I had fun with this track.
Next up, we have Undercover of Darkness. And you'll notice that the Strokes like their singles in the track 2 position on records. Up to this point, every second song has been a single, or in the case of The Modern Age, an EP that preceded the album. And this opens with a throwback Strokes sound, a bit like Someday from the first album. The guitars are panned out, doing melodic and complementary parts, and it has a bouncy beat, kind of similar to Last Night. I think there's a nice build in the pre-chorus where the syllables are drawn out, and there's something new here, a layered lead vocal. I think the guitar solo is really trademark. The song has spirit. I like it, but I don't love it. It wasn't enough for me to say that the Strokes are back, and this was the lead single. It felt a little bit by the numbers, and I feel like this was the first time that the band really consciously decided to do a song that sounds like the Strokes. And it's also hard for me to judge the song without the circumstances around it. The band had a very long break since the last record, First Impressions. Julian recorded parts on his own for this album. He had released a solo album, which I enjoy quite a bit. And that hinted at where he may prefer to go musically, which was a little more electro. I think all the other guys in the band had done solo recordings at this point. So taking all that into consideration, this as the lead single seemed a little calculated to me, especially when the rest of the album did not have this throwback Strokes sound. But regardless of the sense of self-awareness, I was happy having them back doing a song like this.
I can also appreciate the kind of throwback sound, and I also picked up on that sort of punky groove that was reminiscent of what the Strokes used to be. For me, the shine here is definitely the lyricism. I just love the soaring way that the chorus closes each time, and I think this new direction is a good one for the Strokes at this point. I'm really starting to warm up to it immediately. The nostalgic tone just really gets to me without biting themselves, like how Machu Picchu managed to achieve it. And it feels reverential, I think.
Next up, we have a song called Two Kinds of Happiness. And this is an electro-sounding track. The drums sound heavily processed, or Fab could be playing an electronic kit. The overall sound is a bit small on the verses, and then it kind of explodes into Technicolor on the choruses. And I think it's a neat production trick, but at the end of the day, it's a trick. The attitude on The Modern Age isn't a trick. All the hooks in Hard to Explain aren't a trick. So that drastic shift in dynamic in Two Kinds of Happiness could have had more impact if the song was stronger. If you take that shift away, the song is pretty ho-hum for me. Lyrically, it's cool, and maybe it would have worked better if the sonic presence was consistent through the whole song. If it wasn't so small in the verses and had that beefier sound in the chorus through the whole song. I think it's okay, but for me, it's not a stunner.
I feel like the quiet, loud dynamic between the verse and the chorus is still kind of classically Strokes for me, but color me tricked by the production tricks on this because I am pretty enamored with this song. It kind of has, with the processed drums or electronic drums, that we have like an 80s kind of arena rock sound until the song kind of explodes in, at this point, I think a classic Strokes way. The way the lyrics are kind of cheeky, but also really kind of a thinker. Reminds me of like later Tragically Hip, while they managed to say something interesting about some really profound stuff, especially such well-trodden stuff as the content of Two Kinds of Happiness.
The next song is You're So Right. This has a tense feel from the beginning. The beat is mechanical and electro-sounding. The tempo is jittery. There's a stinging, distorted guitar part in the right channel. And the lead vocal has two parts. It's the same line sung an octave apart. And there's a third part doing some weird chant-like singing. And the song doesn't really hit me. I think the chorus is kind of tuneless. The melody in the verse isn't really pleasing. And the lyrics make it kind of tedious, even though it's a pretty short song. The part I kind of like is near the end. I guess it's the bridge of the song. It's the section after the second chorus. The vocal has a syncopated, weird kind of cadence, and the words pan from side to side. And that section doesn't have the hammering guitar parts, which I think are kind of irritating. This is the weak link on the album for me.
I think for me, the electronic tone of this song is just so exciting for me. Even here on the fourth track on the album, I'm not getting tired of it yet. The way that the chanting verse kind of reminds me of like a current that sits on the live wire of those buzzing guitars really gets to me. And it still manages to feel Strokesy, even if we're kind of chameleonically changing our sound quite a bit into more of an electronic kind of new wavy direction. But especially the chorus for me, when we switch into the kind of chorus dynamic, the way that the vocals are, it just reminds me of kind of a rainstorm in the distance among these like almost pearlescent guitars.
The next song is Taken for a Fool. And by default, this is better than the previous track for me. And this was a single for the album. But this song never really did that much for me. I want to like it because I think it has catchy elements, but it just doesn't catch fire for me. I do really like the line, Monday, Tuesday is my weekend. I think that's cool and memorable. But I feel it's almost wasted on a track that's kind of mediocre. There's also the line, I hope this goes over well on the Toxic Radio. And I definitely agree with that sentiment. But Strokes singles never really performed that well. So I feel like unless you really have a banger, that line isn't going to do you any favors with radio. I really want to like it, but I can't quite put my finger on why I don't like it. I think the guitars do an admirable job, and there are some fun parts through the song. I guess this one has me kind of stumped.
I approach this song two ways as well. While I do enjoy that hook that, and even now it's still in my head, Monday, Tuesday is my weekend, over and over. I love that hook. The entirely live drums, the fuzz on the guitars, I feel like this would fit fine on Room on Fire with how bitingly sarcastic it is. And I think that's probably why I don't like it as much
It doesn't fit as much with the more adventurous direction on this album. And it just feels more classically like a misstep, but it is still a solid track that I find myself tapping my toes to.
The second side of the record opens with Games. And similar to your thoughts on the second side of First Impressions of Earth, I think that the second half of Angles is by far the better half. And I really like this song. It's not characteristically Strokes. Up to this point, I would say it's one of the more divergent Strokes songs. The drum beat is very electro and very processed. The drums sound small. The bass guitar sounds pretty organic, but the rest of the song is mostly layers of keyboard and synth tones. There's a lot of what I would call pads instead of, defined piano parts. I wouldn't call the vocal melody classic Julian, and the lyrics are pretty thin, but I think it has a really captivating chorus with this kind of wash of glassy keyboard ambience. I really like the sound of it. In the outro of the song, the vocal gradually ascends and Julian ends it with some really nice high notes. It's not falsetto, it's kind of more full voice. Overall, it's a very different Strokes track, in a good way.
I'm definitely inclined to agree with the feeling of departure. I believe this came out around the time the Sparkle Horse and David Lynch collaboration came out, where Julian did guest vocals. Danger Mouse produced that album, and because of the pads, the keyboards, and the generally kind of canned sound of this, the synth pop vibes, it makes me wonder how much influence Danger Mouse could have had on Julian's interest in popular music. Because this song feels so far removed from a classic Strokes, like post-punk, indie rock sound, that I do begin to mourn that classic Strokes sound a little bit, even though I still am having a lot of fun, especially that chorus is just mesmerizing. The hypnotic sound of the kind of Strokes archetype being fit into these synth poppy tracks it really gets me moving.
Next we have Call Me Back. And this is another major left turn. And by this point in the album, I imagine some fans who wanted Is This It type material just gave up on it. This song really doesn't sound like the Strokes at all. But I'm actually a big fan of it. I love it. It's very stripped down, and it sounds very small in the beginning. There's a vulnerability to it. The song title suggests vulnerability, especially when you hear the very delicate music. And it's just finger-picked guitar and voice in the beginning. It sounds like lullaby music. And then some pads come in for the chorus with a really trademark measured Julian vocal. And it's pretty striking against those clear, glassy keyboard layers. And then in the refrain, there's some dreamy, hushed chanting. It's 2 or 3 voices singing the line, and it's measured, but it's faster than the beginning of the chorus. And it has almost has a creepy ambience to it. To me, this song sounds like it's coming from the perspective of someone who maybe just went through a breakup. They're thinking about good times. They're maybe half asleep or impaired. And you're just in that sensitive, vulnerable place where you're not really thinking clearly. And this song represents that weird jumble of emotions and the pain of being vulnerable. One of my absolute favorite moments on any Strokes record happens after the second chorus, before the final weird chanting section of the song. And before the chanting, the guitar does 4 chords out of time with the tempo before and the tempo after. So it creates this weird weightlessness, and it's very hallucinatory. It gives you kind of an out-of-body experience when that steady tempo just goes away. And the final chanting section is weirder than the one that came before it because there's an additional voice doing this counter melody that's kind of arrhythmic and alien sounding. It's just very dreamlike and kind of disorienting. And it may have been completely unintentional to have the end of this song be so great, but I think it's fantastic.
I'm absolutely a huge fan of Call Me Back. I think it's a delightful minimal interlude. And I appreciate, even though I definitely would have preferred a song this sparse and this vulnerable to be the closer, its place in this album, and also it being the second time that they try this kind of more minimalist, very low-key kind of track. And although Julian's songwriting has always kind of had a little wink and a nudge with its tone, I don't feel like that's here at all. The stark, very simple quality of it with the very fragile kind of like frost on spiderweb instrumentation really feels almost confessional in a way, kind of religious to me. And I really can't get enough of it. I wish there was more, but I feel like it's probably the perfect length. I don't think that there's anything you could change about this song to make it any better. This is definitely a high point on Angles.
Next up, we have Gratisfaction. This song is bouncy and fun, and I love Gratisfaction. Here's another kind of jokey song title that you wouldn't have found on the first two Strokes records. But Julian really ran with the gimmicky song titles with the voids. And it appears that the upcoming album, Reality Awaits, has some jokey titles too. I think that this song has a cool swagger that's missing from a lot of the band's signature tunes, like Tilia or Hard to Explain. Those songs are dancey in their own way, but this song has a cool groove to it. It has a really cool, hummable guitar part in the right channel that's just great all the way through the song. It benefits from some vocal harmonies in the chorus, which up until this album wasn't all that common in the band's songs. There's a really cool little drum fill in the chorus before the last line of the chorus. And it's a pretty simple drum roll that starts on the snare and then it moves to a tom. And it just fits so perfectly. And I think that drum fill is a hook all on its own. So this is a great song.
I don't really care too much about these punny titles. I don't think Julian's that way. It doesn't really work for me. But this song definitely works for me. It's got that jukebox swagger that I feel like on every album so far, the Strokes have been trying to break that kind of perfect sort of 60s throwback kind of rock and roll or rockabilly song. And they do it here in a big way. Even down to the build and the chorus, kind of reminding me of the brightness of like the fluorescent lights on a jukebox. It's just so dancey. It gets my blood pumping, and it fits so well, despite being a little more stripped back and more classic Strokes in tone. I really like this track as well.
The next song is Metabolism. This is fast-paced. It's a bit manic sounding, and I think it tries to be heavy and dark. The lyrics seem to have a teen angst theme, but it doesn't really have teeth from guys who are in their 30s at this point. The guitar parts seem a little uninspired. Some synthesizer parts in the chorus sound like a creepy Gregorian chorus. I think the coolest part of the whole song is at the very end. Julian holds the last word and turns it into an ascending note. And while that's happening, there's a new layer of keyboard notes that kind of double the guitar riff, and they sound like they're from a horror movie. And then it ends abruptly in that Strokesy kind of way. I wish the whole song was as cool as the very end of it.
I absolutely agree. Vocal pyrotechnics and chintzy, Halloweeny sounds aside, I feel like Metabolism is really the only true misstep on this album for me. Relatively consistent album otherwise. I didn't like this boisterous march on Heart in a Cage from First Impressions, and I like it even less now. Julian's droning croon, which I'm also kind of getting sick of at this point, is thankfully kind of buried and compressed, which does add to that kind of anxious, kind of out-of-body experience that I'm feeling in the song when it starts getting more and more kind of creepy, I suppose. And when he hits the volume in his voice and he hits that ascending note, I feel like there are glimmers of a better arrangement for the song here. And it just makes me wish that it was better.
The album ends with Life is Simple in the Moonlight. This song is mid-tempo and it's on the mellow side. It starts out very alluring with some volume swells on the guitar and a pretty chord change. And it stays mellow through the first verse with a nice vocal from Julian. I think the chorus is very strong. There's a keyboard part. It's more of a pad that's high-pitched and it just sounds like strings. And that actually really enhances the mood of the song, even though on paper it may not seem to work that great. It transitions quickly into the "Don't Try to Stop Us" refrain, which is kind of tricky because it feels a little unnatural, but it really isn't that jarring. For me, this is the best song on the album, actually. I think it really captures the best of the old school mentality with those guitar parts that blend so well, but also with an eye towards the future. Fab does a great little drum fill at the end of verse 2, right before the chorus. Just great execution on that drum fill. The guitar solo is one of my favorite Nick solos, because it's this really cool kind of demonstration of all these guitar techniques. You have slides, bends, some robotic sounding riffs. It's really a nice mix, and I feel like it fits the song really well. The last chorus is my favorite part of the song because it runs longer than the previous choruses, but it isn't just the chorus repeated twice. It's elongated, and it creates a really powerful build and release because you think you know what you're going to hear, but it actually isn't what you think. And it really makes you anticipate what's coming. I think it's a great arrangement. And for bonus points, look up the band's performance of this song from SNL. I remember watching that when it aired and just being captivated by the guitar work. Just pay attention to what the guitars are doing and how they work in tandem with the vocal. So that was kind of heartwarming to see and experience from a band, 10 years into their career. For me, watching that really told me that this band still has it, much more than Under Cover of Darkness for me. This is easily the best song on the album, I think.
I would definitely say that Life is Simple in the Moonlight is indeed a highlight. I mean this as affectionately as possible, but I feel like all these little eccentricities and subtleties in the song, it really feels like they're just trying to jam every idea that didn't fit onto the album into this last track, but it works. I think it's a really fun time. It's a really engrossing mosaic juxtaposition for the rest of the album, and for some of the familiar stuff we've heard, kind of a like angles in microcosm in a way, but that kind of kitchen sink sensibility reminds me of Danger Mouse once more, although it's kind of a post-disco-y kind of groove that I really appreciate. That reminds me of like his work with Broken Bells and a little bit of Gnarls Barkley, but it's a really kind of urbane sort of dancey sensibility that I think is something at the core of the Strokes that is underrated. Their ability to write a tune that just really gets you stuck on the rhythm, a rut that you don't want to get out of. As a closer, I think it's fine. It does feel like a farewell in a way. Still, wish they put Call Me Back on the back, but it's a good way to wrap it up.
I'm going to give Angles 3 stars. The band seems to have lost a little ground here. A lot of time passed since the last record, First Impressions, It seems the band grew apart, but I think they still had potential to knock us out, potentially with something as sharp as Is This It, or maybe more experimental like the Voids recordings. But what we got was just kind of a head scratcher. There was a very Strokesy lead single that was kind of like bait to get people interested, but that didn't really reflect the rest of the album, which to me was kind of a mixed bag with some okay material and a couple things that really weren't up to snuff for me. The album does have some really strong moments, especially on the second half of the record. But overall, it's middle of the pack and not something I'd recommend to someone as a first listen for the Strokes.
I sat on the cusp of 3 and 4 stars with this album for a while, but upon repeated listens, I found that it didn't really give as much to me as when I opened up First Impressions after I kind of summed up my opinion on it. And so it's a high 3, but I'm feeling 3 stars on this as well. I agree with the mixed bag quality, but I do like every track on here pretty much except for Metabolism. It does feel like a transitory period. Things are a little bit awkward, and that could be because of the stilted production, allegedly. But it's just really not grabbing me as much as I expected. I did have a better time than I did with First Impressions at first, and maybe with more listens I will be able to dig out some more of that stuff. But like my mention of subtleties and eccentricities, like you said, they are all, at the end of the day, tricks on some relatively subpar songs compared to what we've heard in the past.
Comedown Machine, 2013, RCA Records. Julian's falsetto record. This is where he sings a lot in falsetto for no apparent reason. And I don't like to judge a book by its cover, but upon first impression, no pun intended, it seems like this may be a throwaway, especially if you weren't thrilled with Angles. And even the hype sticker seems kind of uninspired. The new album featuring All the Time and One Way Trigger. So this album came 2 years after Angles, so we had a shorter amount of time between records. And I picked this up from some record store that I like to go to. I don't remember which one, but this is where they kind of get rid of their unused promotional flats and things. And these pictures were in the booklet of the CD, and this is basically the Is This It portraits from the inside of that CD booklet, but with the faces blacked out. So it seems like our boys are being a little difficult on this album, and they really didn't give the label much to work with as far as how to promote this album. It's just stark red, blacked out faces. But I think this is a fun, cool little promotional item. The lead single was very strange. One Way Trigger had an aggressively electro sound with a lot of falsetto in it. So let's dissect this, because I think this is an interesting album to talk about. Again, the credit is all songs by the Strokes. So the album begins with Tap Out. And this may not be the strongest track on the album, but to me, right away it sounds more together than what we got on Angles. There's just a little bit more of a unified sound and feel to it. After the intro, which is some tuneless guitar racket, it unfolds with this kind of simmering pop R&B feel from the early 80s. When Julian's voice enters, it's a double-tracked vocal. There's one high part and one low part, singing the same melody. And that technique has been done a lot in a lot of pop and dance-oriented songs, and I think it fits this song well. And the lyrics deal with defeat and confusion, ambivalence, so you don't really know where the album is headed after this first track.
From second one here on the opener, I am just completely transfixed by this album. I feel like the minimalist album art and the kind of stream of consciousness, sort of mysterious story about a city, it contributes to a kind of enigmatic quality that exists throughout the album for me. I think the signature stroke sound, quote unquote, is kind of harder to find between tracks. It's still there, but it's a lot more abstract. But the vocals that Julian uses on Tap Out are really stellar. I feel like there's a lot more subtlety here in his delivery, especially here on Tap Out. It's funky, sinewy jam full of falsetto. The new wave vibes are immaculate and carry a confidence that comes with succumbing to the defeatist nature of living in the modern world, as told in the lyrics, in my opinion. It's somewhat weak as an opener for me. I think that first lyric just hits it really hard, but it doesn't really follow up with much to go on throughout the track, but still really solid. I found myself really enjoying this one. It really feels like a whole new world, whereas Angles felt like a half measure, felt like a half step into this kind of more experimental electronic sound.
Next up, we have All the Time. And this is a very safe, by the numbers Strokes song. I'll say that the Strokes aren't good at trying to sound like the Strokes. This is by far the weakest track on the album. And for some reason, it was the second single. I don't like the song. And I also didn't care for the music video, which was a collection of old footage of the band. To me, it looked like it could have been a really weak farewell, and I was hoping it wasn't. I think the chords are pretty mediocre. The vocal melody falls flat. It's background music, Strokes. It isn't aggressively bad, but it's just boring. And I think that's a worse crime than being bad. Another thing I don't like about it is after the song ends, the fade on the final crash goes on forever for no apparent reason. It's like they were doing anything to kill time in this song, including doing nothing at all. So it's a dud. There aren't a lot of Strokes songs that feel legitimately tossed off, but for me, this one does.
I do very much wish that the Strokes would stop putting out songs that sound like the Strokes, I guess, but in the way that you put it, where it's kind of an imitation of the sound. It's obvious why this was a single. They want to capture the excitement of classic Strokes with familiar tracks. It's heavier on guitars, and I really appreciate the warmness on All the Time. It reminds me of Room on Fire in that way, just like really dense and room-filling, kind of a warm sound that matches the kind of vintage vibe of the minimalist album cover. But that's about it. That's there for me. I'm surprised listening to your take on this track, how little I really cared about this track. I could take it or leave it. And I agree that it does feel like set dressing, and I think that's a weakness of this album. I would contribute that to this being the last of their 5-album deal with RCA. That's probably why it just says RCA on top of the thing. But just like how my favorite David Lynch movie is Mulholland Drive, which was originally just a cobbled together season of a TV show that he scrapped, I still find myself really enjoying this album. And All the Time, unfortunately, is not an exception, but it's definitely not the strongest track on this thing.
Next, we have One Way Trigger. And this song is the real introduction of the Julian falsetto that we got hints of on previous recordings. I think that Julian's song Glass from his solo album, Phrases for the Young, has some nice falsetto in it. And here on this song, it's really in your face. The vocal starts a little reserved, but in that high register. And then in the chorus, it's just full-throated falsetto. Right before the first chorus, there's a short little break where it's just drums and bass. And then when the vocal in the chorus hits, that starkness just before it really adds impact to that falsetto. And I don't want to romanticize the falsetto, But I know that some fans don't like it, so I'd just like to counter those arguments by saying that I think Julian is able to sing falsetto. He hits the notes and injects some emotion into the vocals. I don't have an issue with it. And I think it was actually a welcome change to the sound of the band. It doesn't seem like doing material like Under Cover of Darkness really turned Julian on. So if he started singing in falsetto as a way for him to stay engaged, I'll take it. The lyrics here deal with some serious anxiety about a relationship. And as I hit on, the falsetto just explodes in the chorus. And it's another kind of love it or hate it moment for many fans. Normally, I would say the falsetto suggests vulnerability, but as the album wears on, when you realize how much Julian sings in falsetto on this album, that theory kind of goes out the window. This song also took some heat for its instrumental hook, which sounds a lot like Take On Me by a-ha. But this isn't the first time that a hook or a part from another song crept into a Strokes tune. This is still a bizarre tune for me, but I love it.
I think love is an understatement for me. One Way Trigger just feels like a full 180 from even angles in the way that they just throw caution to the wind, and Julian sings like an angel on this track. I love the falsetto unapologetically, and I don't know. It's hard to say you're a fan of the Strokes if you don't like his falsetto. It's been throughout his discography, and it's no better than here on One Way Trigger. This whimsically chintzy synth carries the chorus into a heavenly falsetto for some positively dismal lyrical content. And I think the anachronistic nature of the synth in a song in the 21st century like this from a band as kind of trendy, so to speak, as the Strokes, makes this track feels out of time in a really exciting way for me. I'm kind of finding trouble with the words for this because I love this track. I don't know what it is, especially after the kind of low point of all the time. One Way Trigger just sweeps me away, similar to the way that a-ha's track Take On Me can. And to kind of touch on that idea, I mean, that's why they call it a hook. It's a familiar sort of melody. If it's intentional, I feel like it's an homage. If it's not, I mean, it's a very pleasing series of notes. So One Way Trigger was the lead single for Comedown Machine?
I'm pretty sure it was.
Wow. And that 1-2 punch of One Way Trigger and then All the Time, I imagine Strokes fans were really confused about what they were getting at the time.
The next song is Welcome to Japan. This is a pretty good track. I would say it's a really good Phoenix song and a pretty good Strokes song. It has a straight 4/4 beat. It's dancey and bouncy. The verse is fairly understated, and the other parts I feel are more ear-catching. The falsetto kind of peeks through on this song, but it's not really overt. And this one feels pretty irreverent. It's just carefree and bounces along. I think it fits the vibe of the album, and I think that it helps to establish pacing for the album. But it isn't a stunner.
I'm absolutely stunned by Welcome to Japan. It's an infinitely danceable song about infidelity with cheeky lyrics, but my ears are caught by some of the witticisms in here. Just the way that Julian kind of dips into the lower octaves for what kind of a-hole drives a Lotus. It reminds me of Is This It in a really nice way without like, oh, we're just going over the same kind of lyrics we were when we were young kids sleeping around. I really appreciate the refreshing minimalism of this track over the more aggressive sound that we used to get previously. it really feels like we're aging gracefully here as a band, and I still can't wrap my head around the idea that this was like the last fart for the band for their 5-album deal with RCA. I keep thinking about that, and the inconsistent quality kind of makes sense to sort of spoil my final thoughts. But I'm having so much fun with this thing, almost front to back.
Next up is 80s Comedown Machine. And this follows in kind of a similar vein. It's a good album track, and I think it has its place here. It's a bit of a mood piece. It has a slower tempo, kind of trance meets rock. The lyrics are really minimal. It's slow and deliberate. The guitars are heavily processed, kind of in the vein of Ask Me Anything from First Impressions. The chorus has some wordless background vocals that I think are very reminiscent of Brian Wilson doing higher-pitched backgrounds in the Beach Boys. There's a key change about 2/3 of the way through. In the context of the album, I think the song works. It's basically an atmospheric mood piece, and it's clear that at this point, we're past the immediacy and the hyper-focused pacing of Is This It? This isn't a traditional Strokes kind of song, but it sets a mood, and I like it because of that.
I think a Comedown Machine sounds like a really cool device if it produces a song like this. The last two albums have had these more meditative tracks that I found myself really enjoying, and 80s Comedown Machine is an improvement on those ideas uniformly between Evening Sun and Call Me Back on the albums preceding. It really kind of unsettles in a way, especially like in the context of these much more vulnerable songs. It's very, very kind of eerie for me in a way that fits really nicely on an album that kind of unsettled me from the rip in the way that it was enigmatic and just really trying new things with way more abandon than I wanted on Angles. I wanted way less abandon there. I want to say Eno, but very Eno-y for me in a way. Maybe like Bowie's Low, but also I can see that kind of surfy Brian Wilson style wordless vocals.
Maybe a touch of chill wave.
Yes, some minimal synth. And the Strokes and minimalism kind of go hand in hand a lot, except for maybe First Impressions and some points of Angles. I feel like you're really getting here, definitely. It's almost haunted, but not quite. Just kind of liminal, I guess.
So what follows is my personal favorite album side of any Strokes release. 50/50 opens the second side, and this sounds like another song where the band is trying to sound like themselves, but unlike All the Time, which sounds kind of tired and uninspired to me, I think this song is a lot of fun. It's high energy. It's a little over the top in the chorus with the vocal gymnastics, but there's a big sense of fun that overrides the self-referential elements, specifically the intentionally lo-fi quality of the vocal. If the vocals on Is This It were recorded through a broken guitar amp, the vocal on 50/50 sounds like it was recorded using some expensive technology designed to make a vocal sound lo-fi. So in that sense, it's almost a parody of the sound on Is This It? But that makes this inherently more interesting and likable than All the Time for me, which is a bit joyless. This song has an element of unseriousness to me, even with the heavy lyrics in the chorus. And I really like that.
I don't really care for the refrain on 50/50, but the kind of unbridled energy in contrast to 80s Comedown Machine right before it, and the sort of haunting whimsy that we get from Tap Out and One Way Trigger. It does, I don't know about parody, although it is definitely very cheeky, especially in the lyrics. I do appreciate that it feels like they're kind of lapping themselves in a way. Maybe there's some self-reflection in the sound, but I do really like the domineering way that Julian projects his vocals here, and it feels like one of the more feral tracks when it comes to the Strokes. Definitely, it doesn't have enough going on compared to earlier parts of this album for me to really get engaged, especially after '80s Comedown Machine. But it's an enjoyable part.
The next song is Slow Animals. And this song opens with a slower tempo and kind of a chilled out vibe. Instead of angularity, the guitars are more palm muted and smooth. And I feel like this is a sister song of Life is Simple in the Moonlight from Angles. Similar vibes going on here. And I'm not going to pretend that I know what the song is about. I think it's getting at the roles of men and women in society and how they evolve. But for me, the message is completely secondary to everything else happening in this track. The vocal is sung in falsetto in the beginning, and it's a very captivating and alluring melody. The falsetto isn't over the top. I think it's right where it needs to be energy-wise. The pre-chorus, the Where Their Daughter's Been section, is just gorgeous. And the vocal breaks off into two parts on this section, an upper and a lower. And that pre-chorus section, I think, is the premier hook of the song. I would find it hard to believe that any Strokes fan from any era wouldn't like this song. After the second chorus, there's a stripped down instrumental break with kind of a swirling kaleidoscope of notes. I think that's a keyboard part. It pans from side to side. There's a gradual build into the next chorus, which is cut slightly short by a repeat of the pre-chorus, with a slight twist of this run of the pre-chorus played with a more driving beat and kind of more aggressively than before. And I think this is a really cool arrangement for a couple reasons. First of all, the pivot from the chorus to the pre-chorus is really quick, very much like the quick change in Life is Simple in the Moonlight into the Don't Try to Stop Us refrain. There's no breathing room in that pivot, and it works because it catches you off guard a little bit. And secondly, experimenting with the arrangement, I think, really pays off here, because we learn that placing the pre-chorus after the chorus really works as well, if not better, than the other way around, which is how the parts are introduced in the song. The final pre-chorus is followed by a short guitar solo section and another repeat of the chorus. And after the instruments fade, there's a short section of giggling going on, which doesn't take anything away from the song for me. I have heard the alternate version of this song, which is called Fast Animals, which was a B-side. It's fine, but I think that what makes Slow Animals great, specifically the seductiveness of it and the delicateness, are kind of lost on Fast Animals. So for me, this is my favorite song on the album, and probably my favorite Strokes deep cut.
I would agree that it cuts deep. I think, although I find myself kind of turning away from these more straightforward rock tracks, the amount of subtleties that start happening on the second part of the album to make up for the lack of real wide, vibrant swings allows me to kind of sit with a lot of these songs, especially Slow Animals, and try to unpack what I feel like is a more esoteric meaning on a lot of these tracks. I'm definitely not of the court that Slow Animals is one of the stronger tracks on the album, but I think it has its place, and I feel like it's only downhill or uphill from here, depending on your proclivity for the quality. Definitely, we just continue to make more cryptic and weird in what feels like it bordering on parody, definitely, of kind of a like a mid-era Strokes mentality, or at least what fans might be expecting.
Our next song is Partners in Crime. This is a big, loud, fun Strokes song. The double track vocal is here again, and I think that this was a way to kind of temper the falsetto, to blend it with a lower part. The falsetto is pretty naked on the short little pre-chorus section of this song, and I love this little section because it's kind of like a wind-up in baseball terms. It sets the chorus up really nicely. The rhythm and the feel of this song is kind of similar to Last Night in that kind of bouncy Strokes song. The lyrics seem to be nonsensical, but the song has big hooks and it's fun. It's one of my favorites on the album. I like the juxtaposition of old school Strokes vibe with the falsetto vocal. Fans who like to dissect lyrics may find this track kind of unsatisfying, but I think that you have to revel in the silliness to really get this track.
I think the juxtaposition of the dreamlike quality of the lyrics and the more boisterous sound is really interesting. It gets to the point, especially with the excess of falsetto, although I definitely don't think it's excessive, where Julian comes off more like just another instrument in the mix, especially with the lyrics that on its face don't give you anything. And I think there's kind of a cheeky, like a screw you to the more critical fans who miss like pre first impression Strokes, especially. And I've definitely sat with this track for a while, tried to unpack what I think I can get from these lyrics, and I still haven't been able to crack it. But I find that it's not hard for me to just put this track on and keep trying to wrestle with it, kind of like a Rubik's Cube in a way. And the arrangements, that classic Strokes sound, especially Julian's falsetto matched with the rest of his vocal palette, just it really feels like we're getting like peak Strokes in a way. They're really satisfied with how they sound, really confident in themselves. And I still can't stop thinking about the idea that it's the last album for the contract. So classically, like an obligation album for a lot of fans. But I just over and over again find myself really enjoying what we get on this album. I don't know what it is, but I keep thinking about the Mars Volta a lot whenever I listen to the Strokes. And there's a lot of similarities, especially like the fandoms and their debates on like lyrical content and which album is better than which, but also the puns in the song names really reminded me of them, as well as the use of falsetto against these punk backdrops. But I love the Mars Volta, and I think it's good that I can kind of associate them really freely, despite them really not being able to be any more different than they are. They're definitely very distinct groups.
The next song is called Chances. And this to me feels a little like a cooled out one-way trigger. It's more mellow, but it follows the lyrical theme of that song. And I feel like this one has an almost chillwave ambience to it. And if you're not familiar with chillwave, it's basically slightly jazzy synth pop from an undefined era that sounds like it was from a tape that was sitting on the dashboard of a hot car. This song is very synth and keyboard heavy. I think the song is very lush melodically. There's hooks all over the place. The falsetto is pretty prominent. I think the chorus is beautiful. For fans of no-nonsense Strokes, like Reptilia or Hard to Explain, I can see how they might hate this. But I can see the common thread that kind of runs from the early material to this album, which at its heart for me is hypermelodic tunes. There are some really beautiful covers of this song on YouTube, and I think that demonstrates that the song has some emotional resonance. I've seen Chances written off, but I think it's great. The song ends with a coda that goes into a different key and is very dreamlike. The vocal has heavy reverb on it. It sounds kind of distant, and then it ends abruptly, like a person waking up from a dream. So I think it's a fantastic song.
I continue to be reminded of Bowie in Berlin with Brian Eno on tracks like Chances on this album. The bubbly synth and building off of the cryptic tone of the second half of the album. It's a sonic palette that I'm absolutely in love with, and I think really matches the Strokes' attitude of not wanting to get stuck in a sonic funk and try to repeat themselves and trying new things. The distant falsetto in the outro handily wins me back. I had a tenuous grip on this album for the last two tracks, but I feel like especially this sort of callback to the earlier parts of the album kind of really satisfying in a really profound and abstract way that's unquantifiable for me on this. This has been a really satisfying experience up to now.
Our next song is Happy Ending. This is another big, fun Strokes song. It's kind of like Partners in Crime. It's up-tempo and dancey. There are some syncopated and really fake-sounding hand claps in the instrumental intro of the track. And that section ends with a keyboard part, or I think it's keys. And that part reoccurs. And this part almost sounds like a vocoder or some other effect that makes the human voice sound like a robot. This is another song where the vocal in the verse is double tracked, with the parts an octave apart, one falsetto and one normal. And I think that technique really works for the Strokes music. It adds some depth to the vocal, and I think it plays nicely against the music, generally speaking. The chorus of the song is big and hooky. There's some good solid Strokes guitar interplay. It has a bridge that's a little dreamy, and it's in halftime. I think the song has good spirit, and I like it quite a bit.
Where you were reminded of One Way Trigger on Chances, I'm kind of reminded of Tap Out a lot more overtly on Happy Ending. It just, the cyclical vibe of this album really surprised me on Happy Ending, especially the way that the lyrics are impenetrable, but I still find myself relating abstractly to the story they tell. Just makes for such, I can't think of another word for it, mysterious and emphatic experience that I'm just locked into here.
Comedown Machine ends with Call It Fate, Call It Karma. This is another major left turn musically. I would say every bit as drastic as Call Me Back from the previous album. It's a very lo-fi sounding track. It sounds like an old jazz recording with that kind of muffled sound. There's lots of really nice jazz guitar chording going on. Pretty impressive from either Albert or Nick, whoever played guitars on this. Julian singing in falsetto again. I like the adventurousness of it. It's a little bit of a head scratcher, but I think that it ends the album nicely. And when I saw the band perform recently, I was expecting no songs from Comedown Machine. And I didn't spoil the surprise by looking at set lists online beforehand. And I was actually very pleasantly surprised to get 3 tracks from this album live. They did One Way Trigger, Happy Ending, and Call It Fate, Call It Karma.
I'm glad that the Strokes finally decided to put one of these kind of minimalist forays onto the end of the album, because what a closer Call It Fate, Call It Karma is. It's like an aquatic lounge jam with those jazz guitars. It just ends it in the strangest way. Julian's vocals are kind of siren in tone. I kind of found myself listening to this over and over again on my first couple of listens. I just couldn't believe it. And I'm in love with this track. What a way to end the album. Speechless.
I'm going to give Comedown Machine an easy 4 stars. I think that it's better than Angles all day long. Is it as classic as the band's first 2 albums? No. But I think that they arrived at a sound here that's a natural progression from the early material, where the melodicism is still here, the signature guitar work is still here, but it's just wrapped in a different skin. It's more dancey, it's not as minimalist, and all the falsetto just gives it an interesting, off-kilter kind of quality. The second half of the record is my favorite Strokes album side. And I think the weakest moment is the track where they seem to try hard to sound like the Strokes. But overall, I am a big fan of the album.
I very confidently give this thing 4 stars. I find myself checking my watch a little bit on the second half. Kind of loses me a little bit, but wins me back in a huge way, especially on that closer. It really feels like the reinvention we should have gotten with Angles. I think if this album came out directly after First Impressions, it would have taken the world by storm in every way possible. And I definitely appreciate the kind of more organic expansion of the sound from Angles on Comedown Machine, but it is so captivating with some infectious hooks. And I really appreciate how much more dancey the Strokes somehow get on songs like One Way Trigger.
Next up in the discography, we have Future, Present, Past. This came out on Cult Records in 2016. And I used to have this on vinyl, but I recently sold it, which I kind of regret. But I will say about this release and its title is the title is supposed to align with its songs, with the first track representing the band's future, track 2, the present, and track 3, the past. What the 4th track represents is anyone's guess. The EP opens with Drag Queen, and this has kind of an ugly churn to it. It has some dark sounding synths just pulsing away. There's some harmonic guitar notes in there that kind of give it atmosphere. It definitely has a different sensibility than most Strokes material. There's no bounciness, there's no melodies that pull you in, and it's actually rather tuneless. The lyrics touch on some social commentary, but it's the same kind of message that you've heard before many times, so they don't have much impact for me. It seems to be an intentionally difficult song. Like the point was to get experimental and play around with some abrasive sounds, and if listeners want it to sound like the Strokes, too bad. From that perspective, I think it's an interesting track. But for me, it isn't compelling enough to want to go back to it and listen again.
I was completely engrossed by this opener. For a 3-song EP, this is a really interesting kind of change for their sound. The Strokes, I was surprised to call this Strokes track. Julian kind of reminds me of Jack White when he flexes his voice. The guitars on the verse remind me of restrained cellos in a way. And on the chorus, they sound more like triumphant horns. There's an unquantifiable Strokes quality that I feel like is the most obfuscated the Strokes trademark sound has ever been. And it's the only tenuous link is the songwriting that I have to the Strokes here, the social commentary, Julian's kind of trademark interests. But I really love it.
Next on the EP is Oblivious in stylized, what would you call that, spelling? Caps?
Yeah, definitely another pun.
Yeah. And this song is a little more Strokes-like. I think that the opening guitar parts are pretty cool. The lyrics feel a little more heavy-handed than the last track, but I feel like the chorus counterbalances the social commentary with a pretty catchy and simple hook. The breakdown section with the guitar solo is actually pretty raunchy and dirty. And the outro of this song has a wordless vocal that's pretty high-pitched, and I like it when musicians and vocalists write impossible parts. And when you hear them doing that part, you can tell that they're really reaching. And this vocal part kind of teeters on being unreachable for Julian. But he came up with it and he did it. And I admire the ambition.
Yeah, especially, again, 3-song EP, taking these kinds of risks is kind of a Strokesy thing for me as well. I really like this track as well. Julian sounds like he's having a lot of fun in his cheeky delivery. And as for the social commentary, I think you can take it or leave it, and that's your prerogative. But I think the fact that it kind of feels timeless can make it feel tired. But for Julian, from the Strokes, I think that in itself is a social commentary in a way on kind of the cyclical nature of things in general, as well as the Strokes sound, because the sonic palette, I think, really borrows from Comedown Machine in a way that I am affectionate for. And the chorus just kind of explodes in an almost like theatrical kind of show tunes, like Question. And again, it's in the middle of the album, the EP, but we still get another kind of overt statement from the band here.
Next up is Threat of Joy. This song is very Strokes sounding, and unsurprising when you understand the concept of the EP's title. At this point, it seems like the band is being very self-aware, and they know that they can churn out a classic sounding Strokes song if they need to. And we got a hint of this with songs like Under Cover of Darkness and All the Time from the last record. But here, the stylistic differences in the songs are pretty stark, especially this song compared to the previous two. And that makes it a little difficult to enjoy the song for what it is. The song explicitly represents the band's past, according to the EP's title. And most bands don't like to revisit their past or try to stand still artistically. And most audiences don't like it either. They get bored and move on or accuse the band of not growing. And I think it takes a lot of finesse for a band to retain its popularity and still please a majority of its fans. And for me, Threat of Joy is almost more of a trap for the listener than anything. It comes off as a very calculated throwback. And the band is literally telling the listener that this song represents our past. You should be getting on board with these other two songs because those are where we're going. And I think this song may have worked better on an earlier Strokes release. This is truly the final song in the band's catalog that really has that classic Strokes kind of feel. But given the circumstances of where the song landed and the context around it, I find it kind of unclassifiable.
I think it's interesting that they end with the past here. Kind of more of that cyclical quality that I appreciate about the Strokes. The fuzz and the vocal delivery remind me of the early era, but what is being conveyed in this track is so much more mature and world-weary that it feels like they're lapping themselves again. Much different than the 420-somethings who were riding on the streets of New York, coming on almost 20 years now. I find myself really enjoying this track in a really earnest way. It's hard for me to feel like this is a trap so much as it is more of a eulogy for that era of band. kind of putting it to rest and saying, we're ready to move. And I think maybe the thread of joy is the immediacy of tracks from Is This It? And even Room on Fire in a way, where you do just kind of get wrapped up in the sound and miss the message sometimes. I definitely had a problem with that on Comedown Machine, especially where everything was just so obfuscated that it kind of forced me to take the Strokes on their terms on Comedown Machine. But here, I really get this kind of reverential nostalgia from the band that says, we appreciate what we've done before. We're not going to forget it, but we're ready to build upon it.
Future, Present, Past closes with a Fab Moretti remix of the track Oblivious. And this song has a softer kind of atmosphere to it than the original recording. There are more keyboard tones and an electro feel with less guitars. The hooky guitar interplay on the original is replaced by kind of tinkly keyboards. And I think Fab is a great drummer and he's perfect for the Strokes, but I think that this remix is totally unnecessary. I think that the EP would have been stronger with another new track, and this remix kind of dilutes the concept of the EP's title for me.
I think if Drag Queen represents the future, Oblivious represents the present, and Threaded Joy represents the past, the remix of Oblivious here represents the EP part in that it's excessive placement. It's just redundant. We're saying so much with these three tracks. Just let them exist on their own. We don't need this. Maybe if we had like a scrap from any session of the Strokes in the past, put a B-side that wasn't released on the album, on any album beforehand, anything but a remix of part of the message that you're saying. It absolutely dilutes what we're doing here and kind of taints the EP for me in a lot of ways, simply because by weight it's just rehashing. And I think it kind of spits in the face of Thread of Joy. Maybe I'm projecting, but that's how I feel. I guess it is a nice insight into how different this song can sound. And I do appreciate it on that level, but redundant. We don't need it.
I will give Future, Present, Past 2 stars. One of the best aspects of this release is it has a freshness to it, because it's the Strokes release that I've listened to the least. However, there's a reason for that, and that is I don't think there are any stunners on it. No melodies that really make me jump out of my seat, which is what I enjoy in the Strokes music. I think that this EP may be a grower, but as of now, I see it as kind of inessential. And I docked it a star for the last track, which I think is just deadwood.
I am absolutely feeling 4 stars on this. 25% of the album being a remix of part of the other 75% of the album, absolutely docking a star for that. But I love these tracks on here. They're so subliminal. The concept is so tight. I wish that the Strokes would have made Comedown Machine a concept album. I think that they're capable of it. But what we get here, the kind of esoteric sort of statement, I guess, that they're saying here, is really investing, but the Oblivious remix kind of throws it off for me. A lot of bands that I enjoy end up putting some of their strongest tracks on EPs, just kind of throwing them out in a way to their fans. And in a way I can appreciate that. By no means are these the strongest tracks that the Strokes have written, but it's such a wild reinvention of the sound, especially Drag Queen, to put on an EP and just as to sate you until the new abnormal, kind of almost, I think, isn't it perfectly equidistant between Comedown Machine and the new abnormal?
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's 3 years each. But still, I love this one. I love it a lot. I really wish this was more insightful of their future. I like what we get going forward, but this is an insight into a future for the band that I would have been a lot more interested in hearing.
Well, at this point in the video, I thought it would be cool to have a little bonus track. You mentioned a few collabs that you're familiar with Julian Casablancas, with some other artists. I'm not familiar with a lot of those, so I thought it would be fun for you to just give your thoughts on those collabs, talk about them, give your opinions, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, my experience getting introduced to Julian Casablancas and the Strokes at large was, for lack of a better term, against my will. Two bands that I have a lot of affection for had Julian on guest vocals. One you've definitely heard of, one you did not. Two tracks that never really left my affection, come up pretty regularly on like my workout shuffles and things like that, that I just keep coming back to as really good examples of the Strokes identity and the Julian Casablancas identity at large, kind of being impressed upon these very distinct acts. The first one being Instant Crush by Daft Punk featuring Julian Casablancas. I think probably one of the most high-profile collaborations with this French house act, gathering a star-studded group for Random Access Memories. A really gorgeous disco tour de force, and in my opinion, one of the strongest tracks on that album is Instant Crush, with Julian on vocals and I believe guitar. His heavenly falsetto is bookended with an understated, unaffected vocal throughout the verses. Some of the most gorgeously, subtly vocoded tracks on a little yearny kind of bop that gives me insight into a direction I would have loved the Strokes to go. The sheer sparseness as different electronic noises and bleeps and bloops kind of come in left and right reminds me of the Strokes' minimalism in a very nostalgic way on a really electronic and romantic kind of lyrical journey that we get from it. It's a really subtle and kind of flowery, sort of gentle affectation, whereas the Strokes are more masculine, more aggressive, more in your face. It's all subtlety here on Instant Crush, and I think that's to the benefit of the track and really makes it stand out. I think that Julian is such an accomplished vocalist in his own right that having him just do more of the same Strokes for Random Access Memories definitely would not have matched. I think he kind of imprints onto the track in a really perfect kind of a chameleonic way that I really appreciate. Super dancey. The second track on my list is Little Girl from Dark Night of the Soul, a Danger Mouse and Sparkle Horse collaboration that I believe I called out on Angles. I think Brian Burton's kind of influence as a whole, his whole career kind of shows up a bit on Angles, but Dark Night of the Soul, between singer-songwriter Sparkle Horse and multi-instrumentalist Brian Burton, also known as Danger Mouse, is really not so much a Danger Mouse forward production. I think his sort of cheeky quirks are here, but there is a laundry list of collaborators, not just Julian Casablancas, kind of in the same way Random Access Memories did, from Wayne Coyne of the Flaming Lips, Iggy Pop, Black Francis from the Pixies as well. Even director David Lynch shows up on a couple tracks. Julian Casablancas sings and plays guitar on Little Girl, which is a very simple track that I think would fit on a Strokes album, but just a really night black kind of gothic sound to this track, as well as in the lyrical delivery and in the content. I think if I had to place it on an album, probably Comedown Machine or Angles, but this is definitely kind of a more guitar forward lick here. There's this almost non-Euclidean mosaic of disparate guitar parts, while Julian sings through a blisteringly fast set of lyrics that are both matter-of-fact and stream of consciousness, kind of a love story to a woman who has been irrevocably affected by the darkness that the world is capable of, presented in the chorus as what feels as kind of like a cabaret production. You tortured little girl, showing us what love, showing us what laughter's all about. Where did all the time go? And a lot more of that sort of yearning feel that we get from the Strokes in a lot of ways, but presented here in more of a mysterious kind of, again, gothic sound that really makes, I think, Julian's latter era Strokes delivery kind of shine here. He doesn't really hit any high notes, not a whole lot of vocal pyrotechnics here. The quality, I think, is in the delivery of the lyrics, just bouncing between these sweeping vocals on the chorus to more of like a bouncy, almost rapped, I guess, vocal style in the verses that really kind of take me away, but feel more like it is Julian's and the Strokes, their ego that kind of wins out on this track. I think, as opposed to Random Access Memories, where it's the guests kind of conforming to Daft Punk's kind of post-disco sound, Dark Night of the Soul benefits from the ego of the artists that they are featuring kind of at the forefront here, although there are definitely some tracks on Dark Night of the Soul that feel more like the artist in residence at the time is conforming to a Sparkle Horse kind of rock track, which is very lo-fi, very kind of sardonic and depressive. But I really feel like this is more of a Strokes centric, a Julian centric track, which I believe he wrote in collaboration with Sparkle Horse and Brian Burton on here. Really kind of a summery vibe as well. I love this track, and especially on Little Girl, I feel like his vocals are kind of unaffected by overdubbing or auto-tuning. We get what Julian sounds like here, more so than on Instant Crush. And that sort of authentic quality juxtaposed to Instant Crush. These two tracks kind of push me over the edge to kind of investigate the Strokes as a band and eventually listen to their whole discography and kind of understand who they are.
Do you have a favorite collab?
Oh, it's absolutely Little Girl from Dark Night of the Soul. It's more raucous, it's anxious, it's rockin'. But Instant Crush definitely has its moments, but it feels like a Daft Punk track with Julian on vocals, whereas Little Girl feels like it could have been a Strokes track if it weren't for how just sort of dark and kind of haunting the lyrical content is. But there's some matter-of-fact lyrics on here as well. I think specifically, I'm just a simple guy who talks when you put a microphone in front of him. Feels a little too self-referential, a little too meta for the Strokes. They kind of benefit from having a distance when it comes to their more meta commentary that I think they kind of break away from and put the narrator in your face for Little Girl that I feel really benefits from Julian's kind of unaffected sort of vocal style. I think it's definitely the better of the two, but both of them are really high quality tracks. I think Dark Night of the Soul is one that deserves to be heard more than Random Access Memories. If you had to pick between the two albums as well, but I think Little Girl is kind of the stronger track between them. Yeah, after deciding to revisit the Strokes discography and visit for the first time a lot of these albums, I also revisited both of the albums that the collaboration came from, and I think the context with which these albums exist as a whole kind of gives more insight into the tracks themselves that I really came to appreciate, and found a new love for both of these tracks and both of these albums. They're both really strong albums with a whole group of guests that I think that kind of mirror each other in a way. I feel like, especially in tone, Dark Night of the Soul kind of is a photo negative of the kind of super shimmering disco pop of Random Access Memories.
This is not a big CD, but rather this is The New Abnormal on Cult RCA Records. And I was lucky enough to snag this. This is a deluxe edition with white vinyl and a book with a bunch of pictures of the band recording the album. So that's a pretty cool item. This album was released in April 2020. And if you recall, that was a very abnormal time everywhere. So this gives me flashbacks of the release timing of Is This It in the States. However, that album did endure, and likewise, I think The New Abnormal seems to be generally liked in fan and critic circles. I'm a little mixed on it, but I do think it has one of the strongest openers on a Strokes album. The first two tracks are absolutely fantastic to my ears. And I would say that this is the most drastic shift in sound from the previous full-length release. Comedown Machine arguably had the most overt pop sense of the Strokes albums. It was more dancey and more bouncy than what came before it. And The New Abnormal feels more grown up. There's less reliance on that tightly wound trademark Strokes sound with driving beats and robotic guitar parts. On this album, the songs are longer. There's a lot of space and breathing room in the arrangements, which is kind of at odds with the way that the album sounds. There isn't much dynamic range here. And I purchased this album also from HD Tracks, which is known to have higher res downloads of albums, hoping to get a little headroom in the mix, but what I got was just a higher quality version of a very compressed album. I remember that the song At the Door was the first preview/single from the album, and it just left me wondering what the album would sound like. That's a cool track, but it's kind of an odd choice for a teaser. If the album did have a radio hit, it was Bad Decisions, which had a clever music video, but I thought the song itself fell a little flat.
I kind of echo most of your sentiments. I would blame Rick Rubin on the compressed sound, the loudness in general of most of his recordings. I think as a producer, kind of turned me off for the most part. But it's not something that I feel too remiss over with any Strokes album. Being the recording quality, for the most part, the songs and the messages kind of stand up for themselves against mixing missteps. I don't remember if there was any fanfare at the time. I was not big on the Strokes at the time, so it kind of flew under my radar. But I do understand that this is more of a uniformly liked album for fans. As for the music, it's definitely an oddball, to be sure. I was hoping for even more of a foray into what we got from Comedown Machine, that kind of straight 80s, very plastic kind of sound. And what's here is enjoyable, but I'm also of the opinion that it's a mixed bag. I'm interested to see what our mixes in the bag will look like compared to what you enjoy versus what I enjoy.
I do feel that this album is the beginning of Strokes 3.0. This is the same band that recorded those earlier albums, but we've navigated some rough waters, and here we are, comfortable in our own skin, but still wandering a little bit musically. You kind of get hints and glimmers of the old sound, but with every album we get farther from the minimalist foundation, and we get some new layers and new sounds. I think this album does feel more mature than previous efforts, and it feels pretty natural. There's still some playfulness in the lyrics, but thematically it does feel a little heavier overall.
Yeah, both in sound and in subject matter, I think. It is definitely a further maturation of the sound, and I fully agree unconditionally that this is a more confident, more comfortable band.
So we'll jump right in, and we'll start with The Adults Are Talking. I will say that when I revisited this album for this deep dive, I became fixated on the first two tracks, This and Selfless. I listened to them probably more than a normal person should. I feel that this is the strongest opening 1-2 punch since First Impressions of Earth. This is a pretty perfect song in the Strokes catalog for me. The drum beat is tense and a little bit electro sounding, and it's really comforting to get a trademark Strokes guitar part in the right channel right off the bat. That's kind of like comfort food. I don't think Julian's vocals have ever been clearer in the mix on a Strokes album than here. There's no double tracking, there's no harmonies, no lo-fi effects, and it's really fantastic to get that vocal clarity here. And I like how the guitars kind of percolate at the end of the verses. They're palm muted and they're almost ska. The chorus has a rapid fire set of lyrics similar to what we got in the chorus of Hard to Explain and a couple other things. After the second chorus, that progression continues with a new melody. It sounds a little more off the cuff, and it's sung in a higher register, so we have some Comedown Machine flashbacks here. And then after that short little stanza, the music gets bigger. It sounds like there's a layer of open hi-hat while the drum beat holds steady. The guitars feel a little more forceful, and Julian just lets this wordless vocal ad-lib fly, going very high in his range, and it creates an incredibly effective release. That little section after the second chorus is very majestic, and it's a great example of how effectively Julian weaves his vocal melodies through the music, even when they're wordless. And that's one of the coolest nuggets on this album for me. In the outro, there's a coda with the words, "I'll get it right sometime, maybe not tonight." And "maybe not tonight" repeats through the fade. And I think that's a cool contrast to the recklessness and invincibility of the band's early stuff. So this does feel more adult. This song really takes its time. And Strokes songs are known to do that, but they just used to be more compact. This song is over 5 minutes. So the youthful urgency has kind of been washed away, but we still have something that easily stands alongside the band's best material, in my opinion. I absolutely love this track. This album does contain some studio banter and chatter between songs, and I never really cared for this. It seems like this became a bit trendy in the 90s on rock albums. It doesn't add that much for me, but these little sections go by pretty quickly on the album.
I definitely like The Adults Are Talking as an opener. I feel like the message of the name of the song kind of echoes the last lyric about getting it right. It feels like another kind of opening statement for the band, absolutely. And as for the song, it's just a really anxious and stimulating opener The shimmer of the really bright guitars against this like sexy skeletal bass backline that's kind of dancey in a different way than the Strokes usually are. Reminds me a little bit of Radiohead in an affectionate way. I think it really captures the sort of urban vibe in a more subliminal way as well than the Strokes, for me at least, are usually known for. I really think the band feels kind of effortless here, just really in the pocket, despite the kind of indulgent nature of the song and the way that it's a unique sonic direction on this track that reminds me a little bit of where we come from on Comedown Machine specifically. I really like the studio banter. I'm kind of falling for the trick that it feels a little more casual in the recording process. I know there are some candid photos of the band recording together with Rick Rubin, I think with his shoes off, just hanging out with the band. And I eat that stuff up. I like feeling like the band is a group of people sort of working together. Casablancas' understated singing is really great here, and the way that his voice is kind of cradled by the rest of this really busy song in a way that uplifts it. Really feels good. Really feels like the comeback that they were advertising this as.
Next up, we have Selfless. And this is a slower track. And it opens with a chimey, church-like picked guitar part. And it's not very Strokes-like on the surface. It has some heartfelt lyrics, kind of walking a fine line between blind devotion and being heartbroken. In the second verse, I hear some pitch correction that's applied kind of sloppily, and I don't care for that. It's the kind of auto-tune that isn't exaggerated for stylistic effect, but rather just to try to make an off-key line usable. And I think when you have a vocalist as good as Julian is, just take the time to capture a good pass instead of trying to cut corners. But it's really hard to spoil this track. I think it unfolds really beautifully. The first verse is sung in a lower register, followed by the chorus, which is mostly in falsetto. Then in the second verse, the melody is the same, but the vocal delivery is higher with more passion in it. Then in the chorus that follows, it's the same line as the first chorus, but it's sung more in full voice instead of a delicate falsetto. The outro contains a section that's slightly reminiscent of the parts before it. It's kind of a heartbreaking little passage with these words about waiting in vain for something and indifference. And then there's this really great build with the music that doesn't really resolve. And the build is amazing. The drums start pounding on eighth notes, and there's a crescendo to it. And I really want that to resolve, but the build drops at its peak to just guitar, doing this little figure to kind of close everything out. And I'll say again, this feels like Strokes 3.0. In spirit, I think the song kind of fits with Under Control and Chances, but with a more mature perspective. And I like these different sounding arrangements. The melodies are still rich, but there is growth here. I love this track as much as the first song.
I think Selfless does kind of wrap up a really nice 1-2 punch for the beginning of the album as well, like you said. And I think it's interesting how you pointed out that it is probably a sloppy fix to auto-tune Casablancas' vocals on part of this track. For me, the whole vocal track kind of feels off-center for some reason, even though it obviously doesn't. It's an expensive, famous rock band's track, so why would it? But I think that kind of adds to like an abstract atmosphere of uncanniness for me. And when it comes to Casablancas, even if it is just a fix, he's been auto-tuned and vocoded before. I really like how his very sort of technicolor voice gets gets kind of chopped and screwed by that and becomes a bit more of an instrument when it's really overt. And in cases like this, just feels really, really liminal in a way. But for the song itself as a whole, the dad rocking swagger of it in the beginning that kind of moves towards this characteristically kind of old school, kind of chaotic build that reminds me almost of John Cale in a way, like circa Guts. I really appreciate as well. But still another really good track here. I'm less in love with it than I was. The Adults Are Talking, definitely, and that might just be because we are returning to the center of kind of a Strokes arrangement. But again, definitely agree that it is there is a growth here that I am vibing with.
Next up, we have Brooklyn Bridge to Chorus. Originally, I thought this song was a throwaway, especially coming after the first two songs, which are very strong. But I had to look up the lyrics to see what was going on with it, and that actually made me like it a lot more. My original impression was that the music was so in-your-face 80s style, and there are a couple self-referential call-outs in the song announcing what sections of the song are coming. I thought it was kind of lightweight, but then I studied the lyrics a little, and I think it's a pretty clever take on approaching middle age from the perspective of a musician. You have these lines like, "I want new friends, but they don't want me," which is a relatable feeling as you get older and it becomes harder to develop new relationships. But those song section call-outs that I used to think were just random are actually another layer in the theme of the song. Imagine this is a new song being worked up by the band. So Julian signaling to the guys, here's the false break, or now we're going into the chorus. So now I can understand how those lyrical elements are actually complementary and not unrelated to the main theme of the song, which is about growing up. And that's my interpretation of it. Maybe it's reading too much into it, but I enjoy the song much more when I kind of zoomed in on the words, more than I did previously. So Brooklyn Bridge to Chorus, it has a jokey title. It's postmodern in its way with the self-referencing, but I think it has the lyrical substance to make it a pretty great track.
For me, it's definitely the lyrics that are the strong point, because the question and the 80s song, how did it go, I think is meant to be asked of this track. The stuffy kind of dancey synth that we get in the song is pretty enjoyable, but I don't connect too much with the morosity of it. I definitely appreciate the self-referential kind of meta commentary in the track as well. And we get a little more of this kind of off-the-cuff candidness that I think is probably some of the strongest that the Strokes have ever had. And the lyrics here are no exception. I just don't really think it matches the instrumentation for me. I think it would do better with a better, more in-your-face rock arrangement. But we kind of get that later on in the album. So this track definitely has its place, but it's a weaker lick for me.
So next up, we have Bad Decisions. And out of the gate, I think this song sounds more like I Melt With You than Dancing With Myself by Billy Idol. The vocals are slightly muffled and lo-fi, and the refrain, the part after the Making Bad Decisions part, is quite Strokes-like with those choppy guitar parts. I think the song goes on a little too long. The chorus is very repetitive lyrically. I do really like the end of the song, after the final chorus. Julian does some really spirited vocal ad-libbing, and the guitars kind of open up. And there's another tease build, similar to the end of Selfless, where the drums just start pulsing and there's a ramp up of intensity. And I really want that to explode into a resolution, but instead, it ends very abruptly and just leaves the bass and these bright guitars. And I would say of all the Strokes songs that contain a familiar part from somewhere else, this one has the least impact for me. I think it's decent background music, Strokes. I think the chorus kind of lacks, but the section immediately after it, the Pick Up Your Gun section, has spirit. Overall, this is so-so.
Definitely makes sense as a single for me. Bad Decisions, that kind of anthemic chorus. And is this a track that has Billy Idol co-writing? I think it is.
Yeah.
For me, I can definitely toss this track. All the other tracks are so much longer. Maybe an 8-track album would have been better. It just kind of feels like a parody of indie rock with this big arena rock chorus that almost reminds me of Springsteen in a way. Really, really vapid for my tastes. The band is really in the pocket here, but I think a cathartic end to that build on the end of that track that echoes Selfless would have made the track a little bit more bearable, but I just was not enjoying Bad Decisions at all.
Yeah, Bad Decisions. I remember hearing it on the radio, which you never really hear Strokes songs on the radio. And I was so excited to hear the Strokes on the radio, but on the other hand, it's like this song, I'm not so stoked about.
Just really feels like a bit of a like an attention grab that doesn't come to any real profound fruition through that repetitive anthemic chorus. I think this one's a stinker.
So our first side closes with Eternal Summer. And you don't really know if this is a personal song or if it's environmental commentary. I'm a sucker for synth pop. Stuff like Washed Out and Neon Indian. So this track draws me in. This song has a lot of falsetto in it. The refrain is really sinister sounding with this kind of organ drone, and it has some good atonal guitars kind of screeching away. I think this is one of the more cinematic Strokes songs. You can close your eyes and just imagine a movie in your head as this plays. And the length of the song allows you to do that. I think it's the longest song in the band's catalog up to this point. And this has a sweeping quality where the song really lingers for longer than what we're used to. There are shades of 80s Comedown Machine here. It has that thick atmosphere to it. There's a lo-fi coda to the song that sounds very much like it was baked in a hot car, very chill wavy. I think those touches are fun, so it's hard for me to dislike this song because it pleases my ear.
I definitely wish we would have had more chill wave commitment on this track. I feel like just on the track as a whole, even though I do really like it, just really too Strokesy, I guess, for my taste. The formula is still kind of here, even in this kind of prog rock package. It's a really good message delivered in just an okay song. The chorus delivery reminds me a lot of like David Gilmour, especially like on Floyd's The Wall and like his solo stuff. In this like really clearly American kind of prickly package along these huge wailing guitars. On the whole, the thing kind of has that like 80s synth prog sound that I really appreciate. It wears a little thin for me on the take outro, but just like the novelty and the risk taking in kind of making this song in general sound like it really makes it an enjoyable experience for me. But I'm still kind of on the fence as a whole because it is so indulgent, and compared to tracks like 80s Comedown Machine and the closer on Comedown Machine, as well as Evening Sun and things like that before it, I really just wish they went a little crazier here, especially since it feels like all the eccentricities, all the real risks are kind of in the subtleties on this album. But that's also kind of a point of maturity for the band as well, not wanting to just throw everything at the track at once, like the end of Angles.
So the second side of the album opens with At the Door. And this is stark. This opens with what sounds like a synth line, but I think it's actually processed guitar. And then the vocal enters. And it's really stripped back and brings to mind Ask Me Anything or Call Me Back. Julian's voice has more clarity on this song, and I think this album is a nice showcase for how good of a singer he is. I think he was always very consistent as a singer, but on older recordings, he often had filters or effects on his vocals, but there's a cleanness to the vocals here that is refreshing. And this is what I would call a classic Strokes song done with a very un-Strokes-like arrangement. It has a starkness that they only do once in a great while, but the melody is still familiar, and it has that romantic, melodic quality that you hear in a lot of the band's songs, especially in the Struck Me Like a Chord section, when the keyboard layers come in. But you still have this robotic guitar strumming. And this song hits the sweet spot for me. The instrumental outro is really nice. It's just this dark churn of synths. To me, the outro sounds like it could have been on the Flash Gordon soundtrack by Queen, which I happen to love. I feel this is a pretty adventurous track, with the band staying within reasonable parameters. So this is a win for me.
My take on At the Door is that just at a glance, the novelty of the crying digital guitar has worn off for me. And these kind of interlude tracks, in my opinion, their novelty has kind of begun to wear off for me as well. And At the Door feels more like a segue track to me than an actual full-fledged song for a myriad of reasons, but definitely a weird choice for the first single. And I respect that, like a big swing saying we've had enough of trying to placate and capitulate to listeners. This is what we sound like now. And as I listen to it more, the arrangement of the song is really enjoyable, but I can't shake that first impression of just feeling like this is a bit of a half-finished song for me. I was absolutely surprised at how much I liked the vocoded vocals from Julian here. I love how, especially when he's in falsetto, it just shimmers in such a hall of mirrors kind of way that reminds me of like 80s Lens Bloom in such an affectionate way. Even though it's very busy and has a lot going on, the song feels unfinished, but in a kind of a symbolic way that I ended up really liking, but only on repeated listens. This is like maybe the only Strokes track for me that I didn't have at least a lukewarm first impression on. I really did not like At the Door at first, but after repeated listens, I really understood its place in the track list. And as one of these once in a blue moon kind of off the wall Strokes tracks, it definitely marks among the better ones.
Next up, we have Why Are Sundays So Depressing? And this opens with just drums, kind of mid-tempo, and then some Strokesy guitars appear, but it's more laid back than before. I think Julian really shows his Lou Reed vocal influence on this song, maybe a little Brian Ferry in there too. But there's also falsetto parts, so it's like a little sampler. And to me, it sounds like the band is having fun on this song, despite it being a little downbeat. The arrangement isn't really linear, especially towards the end. It has all these different sounding parts that kind of resemble each other and coexist pretty nicely. There are some weird guitar effects happening in the left channel, like some fast tremolo stuff and a skronky part in the chorus that kind of sounds like a radar on the fritz. I think this track is pretty good.
Skronky's a really good descriptor. I really hate the name of this song, Why Are Sundays So Depressing? But I feel like it's still a pretty good track. It carries At the Door's kind of empty, yearning feeling into a full song with a really stellar kind of skeletal open riff. And that skeletal feeling kind of continues on into that sort of mosaic quality of the nonlinear arrangement of the track. The bouncing between guitars, synth, and drums, it feels like each of these parts were arranged separately in a really weird way that for me, my patience is definitely tried, but I still wind up enjoying it. It feels like each section stays exactly as much as it needs to. If this song were maybe 5 seconds more because a couple of these arrangements lasted a beat longer, I would hate this thing. It just, I can't really describe it, but there's a really, really sort of trying my patience vibe on this track that I really end up overlooking because of the quality of the lyrics here.
But not a fan of the non sequitur title.
No, absolutely not. It doesn't really match so much with the content of the track for me, but it's still a good time.
Next, we have Not the Same Anymore. And off the bat, the guitar in the left channel, I think, is louder than it needs to be. And I think it's just the way that it's mixed. It's so compressed. And I think this track would have benefited from more headroom. The mood here is very melancholy and too depressed to be romantic. The song is rather dark and cryptic to me. There are POV shifts in the lyrics that are ambiguous, and despite being a little bit of a slog, it has good dynamics between the sections. There's an extended instrumental outro with this creepy droning organ that sounds like it's from a funeral parlor. So I get dark, disturbed, heavy vibes from this song. The bass guitar noodles around a little in the outro, which is kind of uncharacteristic, and then the song ends with just kind of a shrug. I think the band is still stretching here, and for the most part, succeeding.
For Not the Same Anymore, I'm kind of reminded of bands like Cloud Nothings, or specifically Ween's song, If You Could Save Yourself, You Could Save Us All, where there's this really bluesy quality with super dismal, sad lyrics that feel like the tension in the track so organically bubbles up into a really organic chorus, and I love that. For Not the Same Anymore, this is probably my favorite track on the album. And I would say this is probably some of the strongest, most candid lyrics that the Strokes have ever written for me. I am in love with this thing, and it feels like such a standout on an otherwise just kind of a pretty okay, but still relatively high quality Strokes release. Julian howls some of these really emotional but still kind of irreverent lyrics in a way that reminds me of some of the best Strokes tracks from early on in their career as well. Just this devil may care attitude that no matter what, we're going to write a song that says exactly what we want to say, exactly how we want to say it. And this sort of like early middle age, I guess, or just kind of like mid-30s sort of malaise that exists in this track that I really kind of relate to in a lot of ways. Just really, really sticks with me. I found this song I kept coming back to it after I finished my repeated listenings of this album. And I think it's going to stick with me for a while.
The New Abnormal closes with Ode to the Mets. And this song opens with kind of a bloopy keyboard part. And then it segues into hypnotic guitar from the left channel. Then in the right channel, this part that kind of sounds like a mellotron comes in, and then the vocal enters. And I think the most fun part of this song is the Julian call-out, drums please Fab. That sounds like an unscripted moment to me. It's not polished, but I think it brings a much-needed lift to the song, even if it's a fleeting moment. The primary melody of this song is very repetitive, and I think it becomes tedious. It's sad and mournful, And when the vocal starts to stray from mirroring the melody that's played by the instruments, it feels like the vocal is still chained down by the sadness that the melody suggests. It has a decent build with the line, "I'm gonna find out the truth when I get back," into the conclusion of the song. Overall, I think the arrangement is kind of flat on this song. The song as a whole is almost too subtle. The outro does have a nice melody that may have worked as a chorus to break up the primary melody that runs through most of the song. And maybe if the song was a little bit shorter, I would find it more intriguing.
I could sit with this track forever. What a closer. This sopping wet, miserable mellotron sound. I absolutely love the sound of that sort of caustic organ that kind of harbinges this theatrical production the lyrics are conveying, among a beautiful ballad arrangement. For me, that feels so quintessentially baseball in the humor of its convictions, really makes for a strong closer. Just absolutely kind of a miserable, but also very, like, in the way he calls Fab out, kind of tongue-in-cheek and like fun in its way. Just really, really strong, and probably for me, the strongest ending to an album for me since Comedown Machine, which is probably a hot take, but I just love the thematic closer even more than the opener. And to kind of go back sort of cyclically and talk about The Adults Are Talking, it did feel like a middling opener, but still a really strong opener. But the way that this album wraps up just really feels like we had a cohesive album, even though at the end of the day, does kind of feel like a jumble of tracks for me, like most Strokes albums. I just really transfixed, really enchanted by this kind of almost goofy, melodramatic sadness that we get on Ode to the Mets. Really ties this album up with a bow in a really nice way.
For The New Abnormal, I waffled on the rating for this one. I think on some days this is a 4, and others it's a 3. Overall, I think it's a very high 3 for me. I enjoy it more than Angles, but less than the albums I've given 4s to. I think if all the material on The New Abnormal was as strong as its first 2 tracks, we'd be talking an easy high 4. Or trim up a few of the longer cuts and add 1 or 2 shorter, more up-tempo songs, and we're talking a 4. As it is, I think the second side of the album is pretty snoozy, and I like most of the side B songs on their own, but put those songs in a row and it kind of becomes a slog. And I think Ode to the Mets is kind of a weak closer. Also not working in the album's favor is the way the album was mixed and produced. Give me a more natural and less compressed sound, and the album becomes a 4. So there's issues here, and I think it's more noteworthy as transitioning into Strokes 3.0 than a real knockout set of songs.
I'm also feeling a really complimentary 3 stars here, especially the compression here. These songs are meant to feel more casual. We've got so many more candid stream of consciousness lyrics, some of the cheekiest tracks that Julian and co have ever written. But Rick Rubin's production just really brings this whole thing down, makes it feel two-dimensional, and makes the more subtle aspects of that casual air that this album is obviously supposed to have, between the really artsy cover art and the like the studio banter, whether it was staged or not, feels so disingenuous. I found myself only just liking most of the tracks here, although there are some really huge standouts, especially the 1-2 punch at the beginning, and in my opinion the end, in a sort of cyclical way. Like, if you had just had those 4 together, we would have had a 5-star EP. And I do find myself missing the immediacy of some of the old Strokes songs here. Like Comedown Machine had more really good blistering tracks, had a lot more whimsy despite the sort of rushed feeling of the album and this kind of disconnect the Strokes felt like they had with their audience from that album, whereas the New Abnormal feels just so much more genuine up front, but this sort of corporate atmosphere of the compression and the levels of all of these tracks just really kind of suck the energy out of it for me. But definitely a lot of really good standout tracks that signify a direction the band is going in that I think has the ability to surpass their really stellar past. And I'm really looking forward to the future. Just unfortunately another transitory period for the Strokes. I agree completely.
Yeah, the second side just it needs some more upbeatness or something. It's very snoozy to me. You know, it almost puts me to sleep.
I love that quality of it. I feel like it's kind of a dad rock album in a way. We're maturing kind of like a wine for the Strokes. And although I think at least maybe one track that really just kind of blasted out of the gate would have been a nice way to break up this sort of mid-tempo release. But for Is This It? It was just so characteristically like punky lo-fi. Room on Fire felt so warm and full-bodied. First Impressions glistened in a really fun kind of like pop rock, power pop way. Angles and Comedown Machine were so delightfully like kind of pastel plastic. And the New Abnormal just, for me, it freaking sounds like Rick Rubin. It sounds like Compression. It sounds like Loudness War. Just, I wish these tracks could envelop me. I'm reminded of the second track on Comedown Machine and how warm the guitars felt, despite the whole album kind of feeling really, really consistent in its levels, almost to its detriment, that I wish we would have seen more of here. But things just kind of wind up feeling cold because it's all just so compressed. I don't know if the vinyl sounds any better, but definitely a very digital sounding album.
Okay, before we start to wrap this up, before we get into Reality Awaits, I thought I would show you a couple visual aids that I found. I used to have a subscription to Spin Magazine, and the only issues that I saved were the ones with the Strokes on the cover. And this was January 2003. So this was even before Room on Fire hit. So,
wow.
Pretty cool item. I like the little sub-headlines. Eminem, Artist of the Year. Avril Lavigne, Kiss My Ass. The White Stripes and the Hives, New Rock, quote unquote, takes off.
Yeah, it's a relic now.
And then there's another one. This is from February 2006. So this was in support of First Impressions of Earth. New sound, new attitude, same hair. It's now or never for the Strokes. Plus Arctic Monkeys, the UK's coolest new band. So without further ado, we have Reality Awaits. And if you still buy CDs like I do, you're my people. So this came with a nice kind of clear Mylar insert with the band logo on it. I think the CD is one of the nicer Strokes CDs as far as design goes. Seems like they really leaned into the the on location kind of feel. They recorded a lot of this in Costa Rica, I guess. The photos inside the booklet, you can really get that kind of vacation-y kind of vibe. I also noticed like a little bit of artwork peeking through on the inside of the little hole on the inside of the CD tray. And I'm not sure why they used a dark colored CD tray. because there is a little bit of artwork on the back side of the paper. It's not too exciting, but a little Easter egg if you're still buying CDs.
I've always been a big fan of the Strokes' art direction when it comes to their album art and things like that, especially First Impressions of Earth with all the different art pieces that reflected the sound of each track. And Reality Awaits is no exception for me. I like the album art on that.
And the back kind of looks like it's like a censored photo. You know, half of it's just like a solid color, which is a little strange. And I don't want to leave this on the screen too long, but the first track has a bad word in it. And again, no parental advisory sticker. So not sure what's going on there. And something else I noticed is there's no songwriting credits that I could find anywhere on the CD. Not even a blanket, all songs by the Strokes credit. So a little curious. So again, this is produced by Rick Rubin. This album doesn't sound quite as claustrophobic as the New Abnormal to me. I think that's because the initial shock of that sound on the last album has worn off a little bit, and we're just used to it now. But on the last album, there were moments like the guitar in the intro of Not the Same Anymore, and in Brooklyn Bridge to Chorus, when all the instruments kick in the intro, when I really felt smacked by the brick wall. And here I don't really experience that, at least not now. The song titles were really intriguing on this one. A couple, like The Fruits of Conquest, suggested progressive rock, and others, like Dine and Dash, seemed kind of silly. So I went into this one very curious and very cautious. Both of the teaser tracks featured heavy vocoder effects that I did not like at all upon first listen, partially because I like Julian's natural voice. But I adjusted my expectations and thought of them as Daft Punk songs like Instant Crush, and that actually helped quite a bit. The vocoder isn't something that I'm firmly against, but I was happy to discover that not all the songs on Reality Awaits feature heavily processed vocals.
I feel like the Rick Rubin production is a little easier to swallow this time around because not so much is going on with each track. And I kind of like that. The New Abnormal definitely had its place in how busy each track was. And I feel like it really lifted up the kind of busy atmosphere of all the lyrics here. But I don't want to say more focused, but this album definitely feels more cozy, a little smaller when it comes to the arrangements, at least in my opinion. And I think it's to the album's credit largely. I think that everything from the album art to the kind of quirky, sometimes pensive, sometimes, for lack of a better word, pedantic titles on this album all really pointed to something really ambitious for me. And I was kind of excited to crack this open, even after I heard some of the more lukewarm receptions to the singles that they came out with. Normally I like to listen to the singles. I really like to get as much as I can about an album going before it actually comes out. This time I went in blind, and I would say I was better for it, definitely. I'm glad I waited.
So Reality Awaits opens with Psycho, and this begins with just lone guitar picking this minor key, semi-classical sounding figure. And during that solo guitar intro, it sounds like it's going to dramatically break into one of those slick, modern theatrical metal songs. Some guitar swells eventually creep in, and Julian's voice enters, and there's vocoder here. And it's pretty heavy on this song. And the song just has heavy vibes. It has a death march tempo and beat. And the song builds very gradually. Every new stanza has a new layer or an instrument that gets bigger. The guitar solo is heavily processed with a synth sound, and then the vocal re-enters and the drums kick into double time. But that's still relatively slow at this death march tempo. And the drum beat is a staggered type rhythm. And in the final full band section, it goes into more of a straight pounding beat. The lyrics are very melodramatic, and I feel like purging of negative emotions. And I think that the vocoder is least effective on this song. I think that it works best with lighter disco-y songs. And here, there are vocal lines in this song and the way that they're delivered that make the vocoder sound like it's glitching out. And that's more of a distraction than an enhancer. The whole song is just a very slow build. And when it hits a fever pitch, it reminds me a little of the over-the-topness of Vision of Division from First Impressions of Earth. It ends with a mellow come down, exactly how the song started, with that familiar solo picked guitar. And there's no trace at all of the Strokes of old on this track. And I think you really have to adjust your expectations on this. It's not instant gratification. Upon first listen, this song doesn't welcome you with open arms. And more casual fans who pick this up hoping for Reptilia or Barely Legal were probably completely dumbfounded after hearing this first song. I have said that what I like most in the Strokes music is punchy melodic songs, but I also like it when bands get really subversive. And I can't think of an opening track on a Strokes record doing that more effectively than this.
I'm absolutely inclined to agree that Psycho is the definition of a nice change of pace for the band, except for one flaw, and unfortunately it is the auto-tune. The build and the despondent atmosphere make for a really exciting concoction on this track, but I'm just of two minds about the vocoded lyrics. Firstly, Julian's voice is usually pretty nicely complemented by it. I gave myself a little taste of the voids to kind of get an idea of how it's been used. And for the most part, I feel like he's got a lot going for him. There's a lot of busyness to his vocal style. The kind of fry that he gets sometimes, especially, which I'll get into later, really appeals to me with the use of autotune, but also the way that he can kind of go off the rails and really, really sing, for lack of a better term, can kind of throw the autotune off, which I definitely picked up on as well, like you mentioned. For the most part, when the autotune is automatically tuning him, I feel like we're just ironing creases into this song, really emphasizing the flaws in what is a really candid and authentic vocal style, warts and all. And it's a real shame because I also agree that in the tracks where there's less going on, whether it's dancey or not, it's hard to look past, even when the lyrics are so engaging and interesting and kind of idiosyncratic for the Strokes. Generally, this song just kind of feels messy for me, although the arrangement is on point. The band is really in the pocket here, and it's an exciting, really dramatic opener.
The next song is called Dine and Dash, and this has a quick segue from the previous track. And most songs on this album don't have gaps between tracks, so there's kind of a different pacing, an overall pacing, from earlier Strokes albums. And this one has some more minor key tension to it, but it's more bouncy and easily digestible than the previous song. The vocal also sounds pretty natural and free of vocoded effects. It has kind of a sweet melody to it in the chorus. And particularly before the first chorus, this song sounds like it would be right at home on the Feline album by the Stranglers. You have these really polished sounding drums, these ethereal humming keyboard parts, with Julian doing some lower register kind of reciting, sounding exactly like Hugh Cornwell of Stranglers fame. And it just has that cold Euro feel to it, but it's also reluctantly catchy. It's robotic and angular, like older Strokes material, but it's more moody synth pop and less strat-driven indie rock. So if you can hang with that, I think you'll like this album. The song is maybe a little long. If it was trimmed up, it may have more impact for me, but I enjoy this song more each time that I hear it. And I think this has a nice balance because Julian sounds really engaged on this, and it also has hooks and an accessibility to it. And it doesn't come off as an obligation song.
The gloom continues into a driving, haunting mid-tempo on Dine and Dash for me. The message feels a little bit ham-fisted, as a lot of these tracks do for me, but the PA-esque break and Julian's lethargic groan in verse 3 especially is pretty fun. I really appreciate the kind of dark wave feel that we're getting from this track. I feel like maybe if we went a little more nuts, a little more into a real new wave direction, we would have a really nice track on our hands. But just that we can't afford it, so we dine and dash refrain just really stuck with me. And a lot of really good Strokes songs have great hooks that even now, like, I can't help but hum them in the middle of nowhere when I'm not listening to anything. It just pops into my head. And Dine and Dash is absolutely going to be one of them. I can appreciate that there's more going on, so when his voice is vocoded, Julian's vocals are a little more appropriate for the track. It's a good way to modernize the sound for me, at least specifically with Julian's vocals. I don't think another band could pull this off in the way that Julian is aiming for. It really works for me. And I was definitely surprised, especially after the kind of misstep the vocoder felt like on the opener.
The next song is Lonely in the Future, and a surprisingly hard, crunchy guitar riff opens this song. The vocoder is back, but it doesn't seem too heavy to me. There's pan guitars, so that's kind of a throwback Strokes thing. I think the melody is cool, and it has a funky rhythm. On the surface, there's kind of a sense of longing and looking back with the words, "I did that yesterday." But upon closer inspection, there are some uncharacteristically bold and cocky callouts of critics as well as artists who have borrowed from the Strokes. And I think Julian is playful with it. He kind of dances around it. He calls out the song As It Was. And when I heard that song, I knew it wasn't the Strokes, but I thought, that's a Strokes song. Just imagine the band doing it with Albert Hammond Jr. playing that keyboard hook on guitar, Julian putting his vocal stamp on it, and it's easily a Strokes song. And in Lonely in the Future, Julian could have rapped a laundry list of bands in the mid-2000s that were either heavily influenced by the Strokes or gave their sound an update to align with the Strokes aesthetic. But he didn't, and he doesn't have to. And I think he keeps it playful here. In the song, he says, "I guess I'm flattered, maybe. All good, we all steal, baby." So he has a sense of self-awareness of when he lifts from others. And with a song like As It Was, I remember thinking that it sounds like the Strokes, but I wasn't upset about it because it's a pretty strong song. And if a song is good and it hits you, that's what's important. As far as the Fantano call-out goes, I don't believe his assessment of Fantano is totally fair, but does that negatively impact the song? No. I think Julian's feelings go farther than what's contained in the stanza in this song, so it shouldn't be labored over too much. This song has an intentionally chintzy, lo-fi Casio keyboard breakdown in the middle, which to me suggests an irreverence and a call to not take this too seriously. And this is also suggested in the final chorus, where Julian predicts that when he gets older, he's going to be the old man in the chair dwelling on the past. So I don't get bitter vibes from this. I think it's a fun track. The bridge at the end has some cool melodic vocal stuff going on and falsetto. It's a bit overshadowed by the vocoder, but you can't win them all.
And for Lonely in the Future, the warble of the autotone for me really showcases, in this song specifically, that Julian's voice does not really, on the whole, feel appropriate for autotune to me. The instrumentation is really tight, and the band is really accomplished, but the dissing nature of the track feels so flaccid to me. I can definitely see that we're kind of taking the piss a little bit when it comes to these call outs, but it just kind of feels a little in bad taste for me. I feel like whenever a musician calls out a critic, it never goes particularly well, and the wit fell flat for me quite a bit. I really do appreciate the irony, though, of that Casio keyboard, because it comes right after the line, "You would not recognize art in any age," just the way that it squeals in all by itself, kind of wreathed by the rest of the track. It's fine, but it just doesn't sit well with me. I feel like it's a misstep on this album, especially when the Strokes have managed to come so far, and especially here on Reality Awaits, kind of metamorphosize into a completely different act that still manages to sound unique for what they're going for. I feel like right now, as I think about this track and review it academically, I'm kind of having that epiphany of the dramatic thrust of the Strokes story and how it has reached this chapter where we're having something to say about the people who have something to say.
Next up, we have Falling Out of Love. And again, there's no gaps between songs. The vocoder on this song is heavy. And to me, it seems like there's a great country song in here that's dying to get out. I would love to hear a cover of it with no autotune by someone who can sing the full range here without changing the melody to make the range smaller. I think it's a lovely melody against maybe the most simple Strokes chord progression. And I almost think Casablancas should have written this with the intent to give it to some indie country singer looking for a break. The vocal here sounds very close mic'd. It's not sung forcefully, and there's an unpolished quality to the vocal. At points, Julian is singing so softly that his voice doesn't hit notes. It comes out as more of a whisper. And the instrumental backing has a ton of space in it, so you can get lost in it and start swooning if you fancy that kind of thing. Dancing in acid rain is an evocative phrase that injects a heavy bittersweet sense into this song. This song is very slow and very long. There's a shift in feel in the outro. It's more hypnotic and dreamy. "Be an adult," Julian says in the outro, and you wonder if he's talking to someone else or himself. I'd really love to hear this unvocoded. The vocal effects give it an unseriousness. It seems like a way for Julian to stay engaged, similar to when he sang everything in falsetto on Comedown Machine. Lyrically, there's some self-analysis here, maybe some self-help and pep talks to himself. You've mentioned songs in the catalog where it seems like they're really trying to go for a throwback, finger-popping rock sound. And I think this fits in with that in the sense that this almost has a 50s ballad feel, but from the future. So, pretty bizarre track.
I think swooning definitely behooves me on Falling Out of Love. I'm affectionately reminded of my favorite track from the last album, Not the Same Anymore, and the content of the songwriting, which I think is beyond abnormal level good. But the autotune is also surprisingly bearable here. I think the way that he swings between falsetto and this kind of like raspy vocal fry that he does really makes it shine. He hits the descending kind of throaty lyrics, telling a more explicit story in a way that just feels like his voice is flickering like bonfire embers. And I think
I definitely resonate with how you describe the sort of country western feel here. And I would love to hear some lap steel guitar against this. I feel like I think the single art of this giant record player stylus hanging over a record player is evocative in a retro-futurist way of like a burning sunset on the cover of a Cormac McCarthy book cover. Absolutely, this is a stunner of a track on such a strange, outlandish Strokes album. I wasn't really thinking about danceability or like a swaggering jukebox 50s or 60s rock-a-rolla song. On Reality Awaits, and I guess I would agree that there is a kind of like slow southern rock vibe to this that still gets the blood pumping in its way, in its dusky way.
Next up, we have Going to Babble On. Jokey title. And before the vocal enters on this song, this one feels like it's going to be fun. It has a playful quality to it. There's hand claps and catchy guitar parts, and there's no vocoder on this one. And this is an instantly lovable song, and I think it brings the listener down to earth with a chance to reset after the preceding tracks. The vocal inflections in the verses have an R&B pop feel to them. It's kind of like the way that Prince used to sing, and this is just peak Julian. It's effervescent, the pads add a fun synth pop flavor to it, the melody is endearing, the hand claps recall the feel-good vibe of 1251. Musically, I think it could have fit on Julian's first solo album. It has that breezy pop feel to it. The pre-chorus chord progression sounds a bit similar to the progression of Lonely in the Future. And I think if the starting again section was a little more fleshed out, like if there was a call and response vocal to interact with what's there, this song would have been a great first single to get people on board with one of the more conventional songs on the album. Another downside of it is I feel the instruments kind of blend into the song. I would like more Strokes character. But overall, I find this endearing.
A rather nondescript track, I think, is welcome at this point with Going to Babylon. The political message feels really quaint at this point in the Strokes' career, kind of futile and defeatist in its way, which when you reach middle age, I imagine a lot of the world starts feeling kind of set in its ways and very futile. I can kind of relate to what he's talking about here, absolutely. Julian's muffled, somewhat lackluster conveyance provides an anxious futility to the track that's really enjoyable for me. And the way the synths and guitars kind of fuse together at the end of the track and make this sort of wall of sound at the end, I think is a really nice touch, but it kind of just sits there. It doesn't really grab me. Feels like it's taking up space, but it is definitely a competent track on its own.
The next song is Going Shopping. So we have another song with going in the title, oddly. And there's a lightness to this track. The guitars are clean, the drums kind of float in the mix, the vocoder is heavy, and the guitars in the chorus sound like they were played through a Leslie speaker, which was a distinct guitar tone that was popular in the late 60s and early 70s. It's a swirly psychedelic sound that's also a little watery here. Lyrically, there's some social commentary, but it's tempered by the bounciness and the fun of the music, and some of the lyrics are irreverent. So if you have a bitter pill to feed your audience, wrap it in sugar the way that this song does. I think it's infectiously melodic. And it has an interesting little line at the very end that kind of leaves me hanging in a way. If you're better than me, you don't have to judge me. And this song is dripping with sarcasm, but that final thought makes me question, is that line from the perspective of a mindless consumer that the lyrics mock? Or is it Julian kind of breaking the fourth wall, making a plea to the listener? And I think that final line acts as a pressure valve for the lyrical content that I didn't really get on the first 2 tracks of the Future Present Past EP, where the lyrics seemed a little more heavy-handed. Here's another song where the instrumental backing is pretty anonymous, but overall I like this song.
Yeah, the sleepy new wave vibe of going shopping and the whimsical promise of escaping for a desperate change in one's life really harkens back to Comedown Machine for me in a nostalgic way that I really appreciate. The best part is the way that the bridge guitars and bass kind of dance around each other in a really bubbly way that I also really identified with. Another track that kind of takes up space for me, not really trying anything amazingly new, but I think the devil's in the details in here. The subtlety really pulls it out. I think the chorus melody kind of reminded me of Vacation by the Go-Go's, which I think kind of plays into that sort of almost vapid kind of fun vibe that in itself I think is really sardonic and sarcastic. I think if there's a bitterness on this album between Lonely in the Future, Going to Babylon with its treatise on futility, and Going Shopping here on its meditations on escape, I love it. I love the really dark and bitter vibes that I kind of pick up on here that I feel like can kind of be played off as humorous, but I don't want them to be. Let's get dark. Let's get a little nasty. And that's what I liked about Room on Fire.
Next up is Liar's Remorse. And the intro of this song is nearly prog folk with its elegant picked guitar. The vocal effects are light, and I really wish this approach was used on the vocals on the opening track of the album. This song has no drums, and the focus seems to be on the message of the lyrics. And the starkness and intimacy of it makes me feel that the yous in the chorus are actually directed inward. This song definitely has a different flavor. The feel of it is kind of strange, kind of like a dream where you're in a familiar place, but you can't make sense of what's happening. The instrumental break is nearly ragtime jazz. It's got a robotic rhythm guitar and a solo guitar that sounds a little bit like a horn. And Julian says harmonic minor with kind of a jokey vaudeville inflection. And it's a bit of a logical step from Call It Fate, Call It Karma, I suppose. At times, the guitar parts kind of clash instead of working with each other in that smooth strokes way. Like at the end of the verses, there are 3 or 4 guitar parts kind of elbowing each other for space. It's not what I'd call hooky. It's definitely more experimental. It ends with a short little Casio keyboard thing with a cheap sounding beat and 8-bit accompaniment. I don't really know what to make of this song. I think it could be a grower. It could serve primarily as a breather before the last 2 tracks, which have more punch. This song is a challenging listen and may well be rewarding for those who stick with it.
I was absolutely rewarded by Liar's Remorse here. Mostly drumless, probably entirely drumless, like you mentioned. It feels like a naked manifesto and recollection of the hardship of creation in the message here. A reminder that Julian can really write a banging series of lyrics if he wants. The drama brewing as the guitars swell in the outro are really nice. Wrapping the whole thing up with a whimpering chiptune in the background, kind of rallying against itself, like how the arrangement does as a whole. And just, we are not in classic Strokes mode anymore, and you really feel that here. I'm reminded of Call Me Back in the nakedness of it, and absolutely Call It Fate, Call It Karma, in the way that just, what are we doing? What is going on with this track? I really really appreciate this really sudden left turn, and definitely a respite in how gentle and kind of low-key everything is, while still conveying something with a lot of weight that I can really identify with and really deeply enjoy here.
The next song is The Fruits of Conquest. Again, I was hoping for progressive rock here, but what we have is an experiment in heavy funk rock. I can't think of a Strokes song with more groove, and it's driven heavily by some nice syncopated bass playing. There's Latin percussion through the track, kind of like Machu Picchu, but with a much deeper funk groove, a deeper conga sound here. The vocal sounds free of effects, and this kind of feels like an extension of Tap Out from Comedown Machine. The chorus has double-tracked vocals with an upper and lower part that kind of reminds me of Tap Out. The bridge has a weird section with the words "I'm a leech" repeated, and there's some weird vocal stretching and morphing during that section. I wish the chorus was a little stronger, the "damage is done" section. I think this would be a much stronger track with a big funky hook. But I get caught up in the groove of it, and that seems to be the centerpiece of the song.
Yeah, really sexy, kind of understated political takedown about the modern disconnect in ideological discussion. It has a really dusky, sardonic delivery from Julian along an exciting percussive backline. I love the Latin music kind of call in this track, but it just doesn't stay with me, and I feel like it's a little too late, especially after the fun that I had with Liar's Remorse. I just wish that, like you said, that there was a huge hook here, or maybe like a really nice instrumental break, some more focus on that Latin drum line that we just do not get. And it falls flat in a way that feels unintentional, feels sloppy, as opposed to the way, like, for example, Liar's Remorse, right before it ended in such a dramatic and interesting, although still very unsatisfying way.
Reality Awaits closes with Tyrants of the Mellow Moon. And the opening is just guitar doing some kind of folky picking. And a lot of the songs on this album just start with solo picked guitar. On this one, an electro drum beat fades in. The vocoder is heavy, and there's funkiness here driven by the rhythm section, but it's handled with a lighter touch than the previous track. And this just seems more fun than the slower 4/4 beats on the New Abnormal. It has a pretty trademark Julian vocal melody. The guitar break begins with a layered harmonic guitar solo, which is very Brian May-ish. And this song is arguably as repetitive as Ode to the Mets, but to me it's more intriguing because of the dance beat here instead of the dirge. And I think I'm more receptive to repetitiveness if it's upbeat and has good movement to it. And I think the melody is just stronger here too. The outro of the song has some spoken word style poetry, a little bit bizarre, and the song ends abruptly. And the outro seems to be at odds with the rest of the lyrics, which are actually really nice and reflective. They're kind of sad and regretful, but with a naive sense of hope. Julian repeated "How long must I wait" in Vision of Division from First Impressions with this youthful roar. And here he repeats "I can't wait" in the chorus in much more of a fragile way. And the way that it plays off of the guitar part, I find to be actually very melancholy. And it hits me much harder than how Ode to the Mets closed the New Abnormal with the same kind of gloomy vibe. This is one of my favorite songs on the album.
You know me, I love my drone, I love my anxious, just hypnotic repetition that goes nowhere. So obviously I would like Ode to the Mets better, but I feel like Tyrants of the Mellow Moon really wraps up the album in a very thematically useful way here. It's a really enjoyable instrumental section paired with some delightfully reflective lyrics, kind of looking back on all of the themes of the album in a way that I would have never expected from the Strokes to do so artfully. It's kind of cyclical and a little bit of a non sequitur for me. And ends kind of anticlimactically for me. I don't feel that kind of catharsis that you feel here. And although I think it's appropriate to end that way, even though I diverge on how it sounded, I feel kind of empty at the end of this. And I think that's intentional for Reality Awaits.
I'll give Reality Awaits a soft 4. The newness and freshness of this release may be artificially pushing it into the 4 range, but I do find this album stimulating and fun, more so than the New Abnormal. From Julian's music with the Voids, I think he was primed to stretch and experiment, and having that outlet with the Voids makes the weird experiments on recent Strokes releases pretty easy to swallow. And here, what we have is the most bizarre Strokes release. There's more funk and bounciness than on the New Abnormal. In that sense, it recalls Comedown Machine's forays into dancey rock, which I enjoy quite a bit. I don't believe that the vocoder is overused or distracting for the most part. However, if there is a non-vocoded version of Reality Awaits for Record Store Day, I'll be first in line to get my copy. At this point in the band's history, I would like to see them get a little more back to basics on the next album, with some tighter song arrangements, 11 or 12 songs, a bit more guitar forward so that the band doesn't start blending into the background. I don't know if going further into the experimental weeds would pay dividends for the band after this album, but it makes me curious where they'll go after this. And this album makes me want to continue rooting for the Strokes.
I'm feeling a very solid 2 stars here for Reality Awaits. There are a few things that I agreed with you with absolutely here. First of which is that I want a more stripped back, guitar forward, kind of body Strokes release. I think that's the trajectory we were going to with the New Abnormal. And in that way, Reality Awaits feels very redundant here. I feel like it's another transitory period. I feel like the Strokes are lost in a lot of ways. And while there is a lot to like on this album, I was very conflicted about the auto-tune and about some of the left turns that this album had. Although I do still kind of enjoy this album, and I feel like I will be coming back to it, maybe only in the context of the Strokes as a whole. But another thing that I agree with is that the auto-tune was not overused here. I think that the auto-tune is definitely going to be a criticism from a lot of rock purists and diehard Strokes fans. I don't know if I want vocoder to stay, especially after hearing the Voids. I feel like it's more of a Voids thing. But it definitely served the purpose for Reality Awaits. Although that emptiness that I felt at the end of the album pervaded every listen that I had for this, and I feel like something is missing that I can't put my finger on with Reality Awaits. It's not, I don't think it's the end of the Strokes that diehard fans are surely going to say it is, but it's a disappointing release for me, and I think it's the worst album in their discography, but absolutely not a bad album by any means, just a little lost. The New Abnormal just really put the ball on the tee for something heavy, something dense and minimalist, but in a completely different way from Is This It? And I mourn the album that we didn't get. And maybe that's why it's hard for me to swallow Reality Awaits. There's absolutely some incredible songwriting here, but some of the arrangements feel very very much kind of an afterthought for me as opposed to the message, which I definitely resonate with. I feel like coming on this journey with you has really opened my eyes to a significant part of the 21st century in music that I just kind of glossed over without even a thought. I never really had an opinion on the Strokes, and to understand their context as a band that reinvented rock music and then just continued on and managed to make successful artistic foray after successful foray was a really exciting experience. I hope that someone can take an album that they overlooked on this list, maybe the album that is famously maligned as their least good, or finds a new appreciation for classics on this discography.
So if you've made it this far in the video, even if you skipped around, I appreciate you very much and want to thank you for watching. I hope that our insights into these albums maybe made you think of something in a new way, or made you really want to revisit a Strokes song or album. I feel like I've grown up with the Strokes. So for me, it's been fun to watch how they've evolved. And I do hope we get more albums, because I think they're still a great band. So thanks for hanging out with us.